growing, the horse was starving. We are seeking to address that today with the passage of the local content bill in this General Assembly. The opposition, as we know it, Mr. Speaker, they were busy from 2018 to 2020 August, busy trying to rig elections and to stay in power illegally, rather than to craft policies and table bills that would bring benefits from the oil and gas sector to our Guyanese brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, before I go further, I wish to thank His Excellency President Mohammed Irfan Ali for his insight and guidance, because as you would recall, when he took office in August 2020, he immediately set up a high-level panel to start the consultations, Honorable Maipal, to start the consultations in September of 2020. The high-level panel, chaired by Mr. Sham Nakhtar, included a number of persons, a number of prominent Guyanese, including Mr. Carl Greenwich, Mr. Floyd Haynes, Mr. Carville Duncan, and a few others who carried out consultations throughout the entire country. And we did not stop there, Mr. Speaker. One would recall that the first draft of the bill was presented in this very building, this dome that we are in today, by none other than His Excellency the President of the country, where we held again a widespread consultation with every single stakeholder throughout the country, including private sector, the operators, and civil society. Mr. Speaker, and we did not stop there. We continued. We continued with consultations with the team at the Ministry of Natural Resources. We also received a number of submissions from groups around the country. Unfortunately, only yesterday we received a submission from the opposition, even though they were invited to do so a while back, especially with Mr. Carl Greenwich being a part of that high-level team or panel that was established by His Excellency in September of 2020. So to say that the bill, there was no consultation, Mr. Speaker, it is not justified. It is wrong, totally wrong to say that there was no consultation. Only recently, a few weeks ago, we had another consultation at the Pegasus, led this time by the Vice President, Dr. Barra Jagdeo, that involves the private sector again and the operators. So we have spent over a year, Mr. Speaker, consulting with the various groups across the countries, especially the private sector, the operators, civil society. So the local content bill that is presented to the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, is a bill that represents the views of all those who were consulted. It is a working document. It is a living document. No local content bill can remain static in any country in the world. Nothing in the local content bill is cast in stone, because as we continue to assess our capabilities and our capacity, of course, we will have to change targets and make changes to the schedule in the local content bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for it, I wish also to thank the Vice President for his guidance and his stewardship in crafting this bill to finality. Also, I wish to thank the teams from the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, the Attorney General and his team from Legal Affairs, who would have worked tirelessly to ensure that we have a bill, a working bill, presented to the National Assembly in 2021 and pass with the support of all also in 2021. Mr. Speaker, many may ask, why is it that the local content bill is so important? Why is it that we need to ensure that we put in place a local content bill and not only a ownership, that a Guyanese must have at least 51% voting rights? And we did not stop there. We did not stop there because we realize that people can be used or people can be used as economic rent, or people can front for international companies, like it is happening in some countries around the world. So we did not stop there to say a Guyanese must have 51% of the shares. We went further to say that 75% of the managerial staff in the company must be Guyanese. 75% of the managerial staff must be Guyanese. And we went even further, Mr. Speaker, to say that 90% of the staff, 90% of the other staff must be Guyanese as well. So that is in the local content bill. 51% of the company must be owned by a Guyanese or Guyanese national. 75% of the managers and senior staff must be Guyanese. 90% of the other staff employed in the organization must be Guyanese. That is the length to which we went, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our Guyanese brothers and sisters are beneficiaries of the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, the companies, our local companies, of course, will be allowed to register. We will create what we call the Local Content Secretariat at the Ministry of Natural Resources. That is the body that will monitor local content, that will do enforcement, and that is the company that will do, that is the agency that will do the assessment also. So the bill speaks to the creation of a local content secretariat, which will be headed by a director. So, Mr. Speaker, upon the passage of this bill in the National Assembly today, with the support of all, and the assent of the President, it means that we will start to create this unit which we call the Local Content Secretariat, headed by a director. The first task of the Local Content Secretariat, Mr. Speaker, will be to start creating the registers. 2 registers, as a matter of fact. One register that will speak to human resources, employment, seeking employment for people, where people or young Guyanese who are trained and who would like to undergo training will register to be on that register, which will ensure or to seek employment in the oil and gas sector. The second register, Mr. Speaker, will register all of our local businesses in the various sectors, whether you're a farmer, whether you do catering, whether you're in pest control business, whether you're welding and fabrication, or any other related field that you can offer services to the oil and gas sector, you will register with the Local Content Secretariat. So the first task of that secretariat, Mr. Speaker, is to create those 2 registers. One that deals specifically with human resources, employment, and the second which deals with the business registration of our business that will offer goods and services to the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, the companies, the IOCs, the contractors, subcontractors, will then be asked to prepare and submit what we call the Master Local Content Plan, a master plan. The master plan is a 5-year plan that will speak to the 3 areas, the sub-plans: 1, employment; 2, capacity development; and 3, procurement. So the master plan and the annual plan will be subdivided into 3 sub-plans or 3 subcategories: 1 that deals specifically with employment, 1 that deals with procurement, and 1 deals with capacity development. Mr. Speaker, upon the submission of the master plan, and then of course the master plan which is a 5-year plan, every year the companies will be required to submit an annual plan for review and approval, review by the Secretariat and approval by the Minister. Mr. Speaker, what these plans will help us to do is that they will help us as Guyanese, it will help us as a government to understand, to further understand the oil and gas sector, to understand what are the requirements in the sector in terms of human resources, what skill set is needed, for our local businesses to understand what goods and services are needed, what quality of goods and services are needed, and also to recognize areas where we need to build capacity, and for us as a government in partnership with others to develop capacity. So over a period of time, we can change that schedule to ensure that more and more benefits come to Guyanese. And I want to say too, Mr. Speaker, that there may be 40 areas in the schedule that targets were set for. But as I mentioned earlier, it is not cast in stone. It is a working document. There are many other areas that we can develop skill. There are many other areas I'm sure which we will develop skill over the next few years that will be added to that schedule. And we have even put in the bill, Mr. Speaker, and we have made it easy for the schedule or for changes to be made to that schedule by simply by doing an order and of course a negative resolution in National Assembly. So it won't be difficult for us to make changes. We have a listening ear. We will keep engaging the private sector and the other bodies to ensure that we know what is needed and what capacity we have. Because, Mr. Speaker, in crafting the local content bill, it wasn't an easy task, as you would realize, because the oil and gas sector, and we have to be honest, the oil and gas sector is new to all of us. The oil and gas sector is new to Guyana. We may be very familiar with logging, mining, agriculture, and other sectors, but we are not as familiar as we should be in the oil and gas sector. So the local content bill now would help us to fully understand the day-to-day operation of the oil and gas sector and what skill set is needed, what goods and services are needed on a day-to-day basis, and what certification is required for our local companies so that they can start to build their capacity. But we need to start somewhere. We needed to start somewhere. It is true too, Mr. Speaker, that I don't believe we have ever done an assessment of our capacity, an assessment of what we truly have in-house or in Guyana, what capacity our local businesses have to offer goods and services, how many trained persons we have in Guyana that can work directly in the oil and gas sector, especially in the technical managerial positions. We have never really done that assessment. So we had to base our schedule, Mr. Speaker, on the number of consultations that we would have held with the private sector, with operators, with the many other groups that would have contributed over the last year or so. So the schedule there is based purely on consultations and knowledge of our local capacity, knowledge of what we have in country, but we really need, and I think the GCCI, the private sector, they have committed or they've been trying for a while now to do a capacity assessment. So for us to come to the National Assembly and say we should have put 100% here or we should have included this in the schedule may or may not be right because we truly don't have an assessment, a true assessment of what capacity we have. But with a target set and the time frame given, because in that schedule, all the IOCs, the contractors will have until December 2022 to reach those targets. So it means, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we will be in a better position, or by the ending of 2022, we will be in a better position to know exactly what we have in Guyana in terms of capacity as within our human resource base and also capacity among our local private sector. Because we, Mr. Speaker, need to be honest and straight up because we need to recognize too that we have challenges of our own. We lack capacity in many areas as within the oil and gas sector. There are certain services that we cannot offer now as a country. So we need to recognize our limitations. And we need to accept it and we need to build capacity. That is the key term, that is the key area here, Mr. Speaker. I believe this bill would highlight the areas that we need to build capacity in. And that, I believe, is one of the high points of the local content bill. Some may say that the schedule should be different, but we are basing it on consultation, basing it on our knowledge of what we have. But I want to say to the people of Guyana, and with the opposition support, that we will keep changing that schedule. we will keep changing that schedule, and we will also keep adding different services to that schedule based on our capacity. As we build capacity, we are willing as a government to make changes to the schedule with support from the opposition. Mr. Speaker, the sub-plans, as I mentioned before, will help us to recognize what capacity we have and where we need to do training. For example, Mr. Speaker, the employment sub-plan will speak specifically to the skills and competency that we need in the oil and gas sector. It will also anticipate the shortages of skill set in the Guyanese workforce and where we need to fill the gaps. It will identify training areas or areas that we need to do training. So, Mr. Speaker, the sub-plans that will be presented by the companies will help us as a government and as a country to ensure that we truly develop capacity that Guyanese and Guyanese businesses can benefit from the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, also within this bill, we will establish what we have termed an interagency advisory committee. However, Mr. Speaker, we would have received, I think it's 14 proposed amendments from the opposition benches, from the Honorable Mr. Patterson, 14 amendments. We would have considered those 14 amendments as a government, Mr. Speaker. We are always willing. We are always willing to listen. We are always willing to work with anybody who is willing to work with us, especially in the development of the oil and gas sector. Especially in the development of the oil and gas sector. And Mr. Speaker, I can speak specifically to the natural resources sector. And I want to say clearly that the natural resources of this country doesn't belong to me or doesn't belong to the government of Guyana. The natural resources of this country belongs to the people of Guyana. The people who we represent. The people who we represent. The people who elected us to be here today to represent them. And if there are suggestions from any group, including the opposition members, that will strengthen the local content bill and will add to bringing more benefits to Guyana, we are open to that, Mr. Speaker. But it is unfortunate that we only received it yesterday. And even further, Mr. Speaker, it is disappointing that we showed up with our Chief Whip this morning at 9:30 a.m. to hold a meeting with members of the opposition, only to be told that only 2 persons are here and we should deal with it on the floor. We were willing to meet. Myself, the Chief Whip, the Minister of Finance, the Attorney General. We were here since 9:15 this morning, waiting on the opposition members so that we could have met and discuss the 14 amendments that you're proposing for the local content bill. I believe somehow the excitement is getting to us and we are mixing up the NRF with the local. We are debating the local content bill right now. And these amendments are for the local content bill, signed by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. And in the spirit of inclusiveness, Mr. Speaker, we went ahead. Regardless that the opposition did not show up, we went ahead to table 10 of the 14 amendments proposed by the opposition. 10 of the 14 amendments proposed by the opposition. That we table it. We have the amendments here that you propose that we accept, because the amendments will strengthen the bill. And what do we want as a government? We want a strong local content bill. We want a bill that will bring benefits to Guyanese. And if your contribution will do that, then we will accept it. So I'm happy to say that we would have tabled 10 of the 14 recommendations made by the opposition. Unfortunately, there were a few that we could not agree with. For example, a citizen should only be by board. Now we can't go against the Constitution in agreeing to that. So speaking about the Interagency Advisory Committee, Mr. Speaker, there was a recommendation that we should have a local content committee, oversight committee. So we are saying, Mr. Speaker, that we agree, but we will call it the Local Content Advisory Committee. We will call it the Local Content Advisory Committee. We agree with that. And many others here. For example, on that same committee, a number of agencies were proposed. To be on that committee. We said, yes, we don't have a problem with the National Tashao Council. We don't have a problem with the Guyana Bar Association. We don't have a problem with a representative from the local petroleum organization. And we don't have a problem with the parliamentary opposition representative either. So, Mr. Speaker, we are accepting that a member of the parliamentary opposition should be on this local content advisory committee. We table that. We are saying, yes, we agree to it, that one of our MPs on the opposite side will sit on the advisory committee to ensure that this bill is fully implemented so that Guyanese can benefit. Because that is the bottom line. And that should be all of us in here, that should be our objective. Regardless of which side we sit, regardless of which political party we're in, our main objective here should be to ensure that Guyanese benefit from the oil and gas sector. That is why we believe.
Honorable Minister, this morning I've been quite lax. I've heard damn, I've heard shame, now I'm hearing thief. Please, let's confine ourselves to parliamentary language. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further, Mr. Speaker, we are accepting that the local content register, the two registers that I spoke of, one to deal with employment and one to deal with goods and services, that they are published on the ministry's website or in the media. We are accepting to that. We have tabled that. Mr. Speaker, also, there was an amendment or proposal that the president appoint the chairman of that committee and that the committee appoint or elect the vice chairman. We are agreeing to that. We have no problem with that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some, and I think it was distributed to all honorable members, these are some of the amendments that were proposed by the opposition that we as a government, we are accepting because we see these amendments as strengthening the bill, and that is what we want, to ensure that we have a strong local content bill. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, we are also tabling an additional four more amendments. One will speak to the Partnership Act. To ensure that we have Guyanese represented here. And the other one will speak to equal payments for Guyanese once the skill set correspond to any foreign or expat worker. And that is critical and that is key, Mr. Speaker. Because we cannot have a Guyanese that holds the same qualification or skill set as against an expat who has the same qualification and skill set is being underpaid or that is receiving different remuneration. And that is why we would have added to the bill to ensure that Guyanese with similar skill set are paid the same salaries or receive the same remuneration as the expat workers. And that is something that our Guyanese have been calling for. Our brothers and sisters working in the oil and gas sector has been asking us to include, and we have listened to them, and we have included that in the local content bill. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, again, based on consultation, We have changed in the schedule, or we are proposing, sorry, to change in the schedule to rename it local, or we're proposing, sorry, to rename it local accounting services and change it from 20% to 90%. From 20% to 90%. Similarly, for local insurance, we are proposing to change it from 90% to 100%. To 100%. Because we realize, based on consultation, there is capacity. There is capacity. So, Mr. Speaker, this just shows how open and transparent we are, and how willing we are to make changes to the schedule once we know that there is capacity to deliver quality goods and services. Because we have said it to the private sector, that in no way the local content legislation is being tabled, or the bill is being tabled in Parliament to give a monopoly or to create a monopoly, or to allow Guyanese businesses to supply or to provide mediocre services. And we got to be careful about that too, because we want our local businesses to be competitive. We want our local businesses to be competitive both in price and quality, so that we can compete regionally and internationally. And oil companies will not come to us and complain that because of this legislation, we are forced to buy substandard goods, or we are forced to employ people who are not qualified. We want our people to be competitive. Our businesses must be competitive, regionally and internationally, and also our people must be trained and qualified and have the requisite skill set to function effectively and efficiently in the oil and gas sector. That is our intention as a government. And that is the only way we see it, Mr. Speaker, that people will truly benefit from the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, of course, as one would expect, and as our Guyanese brothers and sisters would expect, in this bill, we must have penalties. We must have penalties, because we cannot tell you that you have to achieve 90%, a 90% target on local accounting services, and at the end of the year, you're only 50%. And what do we do as a government? We just give them a tap on the back, or a tongue lashing? No, Mr. Speaker. We believe that there should be penalties, so that there is adherence. So that there is adherence to the local content legislation. And in the bill, we have some penalties ranging from $1 million, fines from $1 million to $50 million. To $50 million. So we are saying to the oil companies, the licensee or the contractors, that if you don't fulfill the target set out in this legislation, or if you do not attempt to do so, then we are going to fine you 50 million Guyana dollars. If we have people, and we have to be careful of this, trying to front for Guyanese businesses, or we have Guyanese being used as economic rent, then there is a penalty for that too. If people supply incorrect or inaccurate information to the local content secretariat, there must be a fine or a penalty too, because we cannot tolerate that. It means that if someone is fronting, it means that they're depriving a legitimate Guyanese business of truly enjoying the benefits in the oil and gas sector. So, Mr. Speaker, as expected, we have penalties ranging from $1 million to $50 million for different offenses in the local content bill. And my colleagues would, and I'm sure the Attorney General, who has been integrally involved in crafting this bill, will expand further on some of these areas that I would have touched on. And then I, of course, will be given the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, through you, to wrap up at the end of this debate. But, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to say that we expect that the local content bill will be supported by all members of this National Assembly, because it is a bill that will truly bring benefits to Guyanese. It is a bill that was needed, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. We should have already had local content legislation in place by now. I know in January of 2020, the opposition would have hurriedly sorry, Mr. Speaker, they would have hurriedly launched a local content policy. But we couldn't use that policy. We couldn't even use that policy to draft a bill. We couldn't even use that policy to draft a bill. And then in January of 2020, when the government is illegal, when you were illegal in January 2020, we discovered oil in 2015. You took office in 2015. We started production in December 2019. In December of 2019. So basically between 2015 to 2019, nothing was done. Nothing was done to manage the sector. No framework was put in place to ensure that we manage the sector efficiently. And we are speaking about monies and oil money. What about the 18 million bonus? What about the 18 million bonus, since we are speaking about that? That is where we should answer. Because many of you were not here in the National Assembly, but I was here. And I would have heard that it was a gift and we didn't know about it. And it is in some account somewhere to fight Venezuela and all sorts of stories we heard in this very National Assembly. Many of you were not here. But maybe you should go back to the answer and you will see that questions were asked. And these were the answers provided that we thought was a gift, that we don't know. And then a year and a half, then through, because of us and the media, there was acceptance that, oh, there was an 18 million bonus, but we didn't know it was. We thought it was a gift. So when we talk about transparency and accountability, we got to start from there. Because nothing was done in those 4 or 5 years, to manage the oil and gas sector. Nothing was done. A petroleum commission bill was tabled sometime in 2017 that gave the minister all the power. All of us in the National Assembly, again, some of you were not there, so you don't know. And then all of us agreed that it should go to a special select committee. And where is it? It is probably still in the special select committee with dust and cobweb on it right now. Not a single meeting was held by that special select committee to discuss it. So it shows that there was no interest by the AFP and UAFC to build a proper framework or to build out the architecture to manage the oil and gas sector. The no confidence motion was passed in December 2018. Production started in December 2019, and then a lopsided policy was presented in January of 2020, 1 month before election. 1 month before election. To say what? To say, oh, we have a policy. To say what? Oh, we have a policy. What policy is that? A policy. We are moving further. We are moving further today, Mr. Speaker, to have this bill supported and passed in this National Assembly so that people can benefit from the oil and gas sector. People are crying out there for benefits. Because when you were in government, when the opposition was in government, we have heard so much. We heard so much about forest oil and how the money will be distributed and what will be done with all the oil money. But yet people are crying out there, and people are still asking, how are they going to benefit from the oil and gas sector? Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is in this bill. The answer to that will be debated today in both bills, as a matter of fact. The local content bill and the natural resource fund amendments. That is the answer. That is the answer to our people who've been crying out for wanting to know how they will truly benefit from the oil and gas sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you, and I ask that the bill, after the debate, is passed unanimously in this National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And the question is proposed that the bill be read a second time. The Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commence my contribution to the Local Content Bill, Bill 21 of 2021, by stating unconditionally that we, on this side of the House, are in full support of local content legislation. Local content governance is much needed. Local content governance is much needed, and if applied correctly, can allow more Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies the opportunity to participate and benefit from the emerging oil and gas economy. Sir, so on that front, sir, I'd like to commend the Minister for bringing this bill to the House. I must highlight, however, that bringing a bill to the House for approval by the Assembly is only one piece of the puzzle. Another important piece is consultation with stakeholders, not only civil society organizations, but also with the parliamentary opposition. Input from all sectors would ensure that we have a bill that addresses all the potential loopholes and is nationally accepted, which, sir, is a hallmark of a functioning democracy. Mr. Speaker, the opposition was never invited to share our perspectives. Never. The minister will rightly claim that the Private Sector Commission and other such bodies were given the opportunities to provide their inputs. However, we in the opposition were only provided with copies of the bills on December the 16th, 2021. A mere 13 days ago, sir. 13 days ago. So during this 2-week period, we have several unanswered questions which we will put, sir. And, sir, I will go on the record. Sir. We were invited to a meeting at short notice at 9:30 a.m. this morning. That's what the government considers consultation with the parliamentary opposition. 30 minutes. 1,800 seconds. Sir, we represent the parliamentary opposition, represent over 200,000 voters. And you know what that translates to, sir? 100th of a second, less than 100th of a second per voter, sir. That is what they consider consultation. 30 minutes. And the minister goes on how he invited and allows how we to come to a meeting to discuss it. So well, even worse, sir, there is amendment number 2, sir. They came prepared. What they called us to the meeting to do, sir, to tell us what they can do. It wasn't consultation. He said, look, and he made a big boom of how they accepted 10 of the 14 amendments. They're ready. They have already tabled and submitted and decided what to do. So they called us to tell us what they're going to do. Take them or left them. That, sir, is what they would like to call consultation. 1,800 seconds for the parliamentary opposition. And they're going to get up and say, oh, we had consultation, sir. Sir, but however, during these 2 weeks, we have several unanswered questions. And even given this short time period, sir, we have proposed several amendments. I'll get to that. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the country has a local content bill worthy of Guyanese, I would like, on behalf of the opposition, to urge the minister to send this bill to a special select committee for the attention that such a significant piece of legislation needs. We, sir, on this side of the House, are willing to work 24/7, to ensure that we can complete our examination in the shortest possible time frame, thus returning to this House with a local content bill that is unanimously accepted. Mr. Speaker, my job is simple. My job here is simple. I will present the opposition's general views and concerns on the bill, while my colleagues will expand on specific areas of concern during their presentation. So the first issue we have a concern with is CARICOM. Mr. Speaker, we have concerns and require clarification and confirmation from the government that this bill will not conflict with other international treaties. Guyana is a signatory to the revised Treaty of Chagarama, sir, and Article 7 of that treaty, non-discrimination, states, and I quote, sir, within the scope of application of this treaty and without prejudice to special provisions contained therein, any discrimination on the ground of nationality only shall be prohibited. Sir, we're signatories to that, sir. The government, when they were in government last, they signed it and they said they're committed to it, sir. Nowhere in this bill is any reference made to our obligations under this treaty. Mr. Speaker, before the advent of oil and gas, Guyanese has been favorably welcomed and benefited from opportunities in the CARICOM region. We were afforded opportunities to expand our goods and services in sister CARICOM countries. While a case can be made during these periods, individuals and companies from sister countries also benefited from access to the Guyanese market. We, in the opposition, would like assurances from the government that the country will not face any legal challenges from our CARICOM sisters and brothers after the passage of the bill, if it is passed without amendments. Sir, the CARICOM community has already signaled to the opposition that this bill is in conflict with the treaty. But I see the Attorney General is speaking after me, and we know that as a country, we have faced tremendous, hefty fines imposed by the CCJ for our conflict and violations with the treaty. Sir, so the Attorney General will have to get up, sir, and assure us. And of course, he will be on the record. Sir, another general concern that we have, Mr. Speaker. The local content bill is heavy in administrative requirements. Sir, there's a master register, there's a master local content plan, sub-plans, annual bills, annual plans, etc. Sir, we are concerned. And of course, we didn't get an opportunity to express our concerns. We are concerned that in attempting to have a good bill in a hurry, we may have created a bureaucratic nightmare to administer, which will be counterproductive to the original intentions to ensure Guyanese participation through the monitoring of activities in the sector. Mr. Speaker, we have a concern, sir. There is an organization called the Center for Local Business Development. There's no mention anywhere about this Center for Business Local Development. Sir, this center is currently the portal where Guyanese businesses gain access to jobs in the oil and gas sector controlled by Exxon. With the passage of this bill, sir, will that organization become obsolete? Sir, the Center for Business Development was introduced to the country as a center to assist local businesses to develop sufficiently to facilitate them winning contracts. Sir, it started out, sir, as an enhancement. However, it has evolved to a procurement agency. Sir, you have to register with that agency, and they sir, invite. They don't award, they inform and they invite procurements. Will we now still be required, Guyanese businesses, to still register with this agency, or the Secretariat now takes that opportunity? This needs to be resolved, sir, and clearly for all stakeholders. Sir, small businesses generally. This bill caters for Guyanese companies and Guyanese individuals. Sir, I've seen amendments, sir, for the Partnership Act. For companies, the bill mentions companies incorporated under the Companies Act. However, sir, as you would know, we have several businesses operating under business names in accordance with the Business Name Registration Act, sir, and that act, sir, allows either sole trader or in partnership. Further, there are other legal entities carrying out businesses. So, sir, so now with the amendment place, you now have companies under the Partnership Act and individuals. What happened, and obviously under the business name are only small businesses. What happened to partnership arrangements under that with this, sir, bill? Mr. Speaker, the government consulted with the Private Sector Commission, the big boys, the big companies, but they have omitted to speak to the small man. Hence, we are seeking information on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, we want to also propose, obviously if we had an opportunity, sir, they didn't make a amendment, we want to propose, sir, that this bill has a local content fund so that the small man, the small businesses can be trained or access training funds and those things like that, sir. But we didn't have the opportunity. We did not have the opportunity, sir, to put forward these here, sir. When we pass a bill, sir, it should be for the benefit of all, not, sir, only a few. Mr. Speaker, with specific reference to the bill, these are some other areas of concern. Sir, we table an amendment. Sir, the interpretation, Guyanese national should mean a citizen of Guyana by birth. So we didn't do this wildly, because we know Guyanese as a whole, sir, have traveled abroad and they have gained the privilege and the benefits of citizenships in other countries. The difference is, though, when they went through and gaining citizens, they went through a transparent and open process. Not here in Guyana, sir. There have long been rumors of corrupt practices within the naturalization process, sir. They have long been rumors, sir. This government alone, sir, since they came to power, has approved, sir, over 250 naturalization, citizens to naturalization, sir. 250 persons just booked in can benefit from this bill, sir. Sir, I want to ask a general question, sir. Sir, it doesn't matter, sir. I have a big voice. How many of you, sir, because I know I have, how many of us, sir, have stood in the immigration line at CGIA, sir, for the locals, for nationals, and see, sir, an individual, I won't call their nationality, go up in the line for nationals, sir, presents a Guyanese passport and can't even speak English, needs an interpreter. Sir, I know there's no requirement to speak English, but, sir, the process is what we require. Sir, we in this side, sir, feel that this may be an opportunity for Guyana to now, through the Ministry of the agency that issues citizenship, to now go into what is called, sir, in economic citizenship. Economic, pass a bribe, pass a thing, and you can get you can be able to be naturalized, and you'll never fall into the local content section. Sir, so we are not against naturalization and naturalized citizens, sir, the process. Sir, also, we have a concern, sir. There's no limitation to dual citizens, sir. So Tom Jones from some other country, sir, can still retain his citizenship from whatever country, sir. But he can speak to the right person in Ministry of Home Affairs, sir, and become a naturalized citizen, sir. He can blow cane and whistle. Sir, that is what we have a concern with. That is why, sir, we propose amendments, sir, until, sir, it's no secret. This National Assembly knows that we will have to address our immigration laws at some stage in time. Sir, we're saying, until then, sir, we've made that proposal. Sir, there's not an issue which we have a concern, which the government has not, I'm looking here, the government has not seen fit to dictate to us that they'll accept. Sir, the question of if you are refused entry onto this local content register, because obviously now you have to now be registered. There is no recourse, and we have a concern about that, because I know, like Sherrod, poor Sherrod, Ganesh, you know, if you put up your name, you wouldn't get through. David Patterson, if you put up our names from the opposition, sir, it is a way to discriminate against persons that are not supporters of the government. Sir, so we made a simple amendment, sir, that there must be a review process that we can appeal. But of course not. Of course not, sir. They never found favor in that. Sir, I see. I do. We also, sir, I also asked, the opposition also asked, that on the passage of this bill, that companies should be prohibited, and we were fair enough, and sir, we should be prohibited to enter into contracts longer than 3 years without the express written permission of the Secretariat, and so. And we asked that we asked that amendment to be in for specific reasons, sir. What is the use, sir? Either you could choose any one of the schedules. What is the use of Guyanese company, say machinery, sir? As the law becomes effective, we don't have the machinery, sir. And then obviously, sir, 3 years after we train our people, we purchase the machinery, and we are now able to compete. However, Exxon or whatever company would have awarded a 10-year contract. A 10-year contract, sir. So even though, sir, we have acquired the skills, we can't have access to those contracts because they have a long-term. Exxon have already awarded a 10-year contract to a subcontractor. And we're saying, look, limit them unless there's special reasons. So at the end of the 3rd year, whatever contract is, the Guyanese companies now can compete. Because it's all nice and good, sir, on paper, saying that we get 75% of the contracts, but your company. But of course, sir, the government don't want that. Why, sir? Because obviously, our suspicion is over this side of the house. Friends and family will get 10-year contracts now. Friends and families will get 10-year contracts now. So the small man, all his investment goes to naught. Mr. Speaker, the government has, and the minister mentioned, the government, sir, wants, and they're now calling it a local content advisory committee. Advisory committee, sir. Sir, the minister didn't even take the time to explain to this house what are they going to advise on. What are they going to advise on? They did not take the time to do that, sir. Sir, but from the construct of the committee, it seems as though it's a full-time working committee. A full-time working committee, sir, because obviously the president himself appointing the chairman, well, only now because of the amendment. Sir, you have I've heard in the press that the government is saying that the Secretariat will be staffed by highly professional individuals. Highly professional. What is it that they will be advising on. So we wanted, so we thought it's better on this side of the house, that they should have an oversight committee. Somebody who can, a committee, an oversight committee, sir. So a committee that can overlook what's going on and make recommendations rather than an advisory, sir. And if you want to have any technical advisory, sir, that could have been a subcommittee of the overall advisory committee, sir. We put that proposal in. Of course not. The government has rejected that. Sir, I see that they woke up. I know the Honorable Member Schumann is here, sir. They never realized that they didn't cater for our indigenous peoples. Pardon? Yeah, thank you, sir. They didn't even realize, sir, in the haste. They didn't consult with the national. They didn't consult with the indigenous people, sir. So we put it in. We put it in, sir. And they'll say, the Bar Association, sir, the parliamentary opposition, sir, we put it in, sir. We said, well, hold on a second, sir, but we took out, because, of course, the original bill, sir, has in almost every government department ministry. Every single ministry, sir. And we were wondering why. What is the use of having a hand-picked local advisory committee? Then you're going to stack it with employees from the ministry. What is the use, sir? This is supposed to be a full-time thing. So we said it was better to expand it to be a more oversight committee and take it from civil society. And of course, sir, that's why we put the parliamentary, sir. And then, of course, they have accepted. Sir, but you know who they haven't accepted, sir? GAPE. Guyana Association of Professional Engineers. Why not, sir? Sir, you know who they haven't accepted, sir, who we propose? Transparency International. Sir, those are the things, sir, those are the agencies which they just decided, sir. And that's why they were calling us for the consultation, sir, the 118 seconds consultation. To tell them, look, Transparency International, you get knocked out. GAPE, you get knocked out. We ain't like you. You don't talk for us. You don't represent us. We have nobody there to send. They said it, so they come here to talk to us, sir. Sir, we also made a recommendation, sir. That this wasn't accepted. We said, look, this is a brand new, and this was based on the experiences of the Public Procurement Commission. Brand new commission that was set up, sir. They spend an extremely long time setting up their procedures, sir, even getting a staff, even getting a building. So we said to the government, oh, come on, a one-year tenure is not practicable. You must find higher staff, you must set up there's no procedure, this is a totally new. We said the members should be appointed for a minimum of 2 years. Of course not, sir, they never accepted that. Sir, as a whole. Sir, and then I just quickly want to go to some of the recommendations that we would have made. I say I have 22 minutes, sir. Is that right? So, right. Rentals of office. So we go to the schedule. Sir, the government has rental of offices in their schedule. Rental of offices in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Sir, they have 90%. 90%, sir. And we in the opposition here want to know why. Why do we need an expat to come to Guyana to build an office to rent to Exxon? We're asking why. Sir, there's no explanation why. As if we in Guyana, stupidity, we can't build a building. We can't build a building and rent it for money. Sir, accommodation services, sir. Accommodation services, sir. Apartment and houses. Apartment, so you have the pictorial speakers after, so they explain to the Guyanese public. Why 90%? Why 10%? Why Guyanese can't own? Why Guyanese can't own their own? Sorry, it's a way of empowerment. Why Guyanese can't own and rent, sir, apartments and houses? Why, sir, do we need expats to come and rent houses? Sir, there was an issue, sir. We had an issue, sir, with surveying. Surveying, sir, is a wide discipline, sir. There's about at least 8 or 9 branches of surveying. And we're saying you just don't make a provision unilaterally so for the entire surveying position. If there's any unique, I can understand, sir, the seismic surveys is what the oil companies are doing offshore. You can say, sir, land surveying, sir, 75, sir, somebody, we have a whole land surveying board and those things like that, sir. But with this 75% they have there, sir, it captures all of that. And we're saying, come on, what you should do, at least break it down, and then the specialist ones you can attribute to it. All the rest, we're equally capable, and very capable. Guyanese and Guyanese nationals and companies of doing that, sir. Construction work for buildings onshore. Sir, number 4, it is construction work for buildings onshore. Number 7 in the schedule, sir, 50%. And we're wondering why, sir. We have been building, our contractors are very capable of building their buildings, sir. If there's anything technical, specialists, I don't know what specialists they could do. I don't know, say firefighting equipment, you can hire a subcontractor like they do, sir. So the Honorable Attorney General, sir, is building a palatial, so 8 stories, and he's using a local contractor. You're now saying to them, when you get up, you can tell them that you're dissatisfied with the local contractor. We have the capacity here, sir, and if you want to, sir, what we should do is allow our local contractors to build the buildings. If they need to, they can subcontract it. Now, I'll give you a little story, sir. When Exxon signaled to our administration that they were considering building their headquarters, which is being done now, they initially said that, and were in negotiations with the expat company. This is true, and you can check. And we, sir, myself at the then time Minister of Public Infrastructure, said exactly what I'm saying here, that we won't agree with you. It's not a wharf, it's not a technical building, that our local contractors can do it. Sir, do you know what they end up doing? Giving it to one of our local contractors, and he, sir, subcontracted to other persons, sir. That, sir, is what you call empowerment. Sir, quickly, there's a couple of others. Janitorial services, sir. Janitorial services. Why janitorial services? Sweeper cleaners. 90%, sir. Are we saying to our sweeper cleaners, sir, that right now that they're untrainable, that we can't train them, put them in the personal protection PPEs, and teach them, sir, janitorial services, sir? But we need experts to come and help us to clean toilets and those things like that. We don't know how to do that. Sir, catering services. Catering services, sir. We already approved them to bring in the food. We're importing food, sir. We need experts to come and tell us how to cook it and cater. Sir, we on this side propose all those to be fully Guyanese companies, sir. Trucking, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing technical about trucking. Sorry, there's nothing technical, and I challenge any one of you to tell me the technicality of trucking. Sir, it's owning the equipment, having a driver, you have fleet management and those things like that. Trucking. Sir, our people, our Guyanese can get together and form a trucking association and do it like they did in the state. Why do we need experts to come and help us move sand? Move bricks. Why? Sir, all they could do, sir, or you could buy a truck, you could rent a truck, you go to the bank, you get it, and if the trucking company or Exxon needs some fleet management services, sir, hire people in. Hire somebody in, sir. There's nothing technical with driving a truck to Tuesday, collecting sand, and come back and dumping it. Why is it we need experts? Why are we only at 90%, sir? Sir, industrial cleaning. Sir, I have seen and I acknowledge you've moved local insurance services up to 100%. They've been providing that service for us for years. Accounting services. Anyway. Sir, legal services. Local legal services, sir. Local legal services are 90%. Why? The Attorney General could get up, sir, he's speaking next. He could tell his colleagues why he doesn't see fit or why he doesn't think them competent enough to get the contract. And if they would need any specialist area, sir, they can hire it in. That's what they do elsewhere. Sir, engineering, local advertising, sir, I know all. Why is it, sir, that we need to have international companies come advertise, sir? I think we're all fed up. We're all fed up, sir, of seeing ads with Caucasians saying, come visit Guyana. Yeah? Yes. Come visit Guyana, sir. What's wrong with our local people? Sir, while we do commend and we do support local content legislation, on behalf of the opposition, sir, we are asking that this bill be sent to a special select committee where we can deliberate on it and, sir, pass and come back to this House with a unanimously agreed legislation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Mohaber Nanlap.
Mr. Speaker, I have often remarked that our generation, this generation of Guyanese, is the most fortunate of Guyanese in our country's history. We have a history, sir, of poverty. We have a history of impoverishment and underdevelopment. It is the first time in the history of our country that we have a real opportunity of living the quality of life that we deserve. This piece of legislation, sir, is indeed historic, and it is intended to be part of a network that is designed to ensure that every single Guyanese benefit from our multi-billion oil and gas sector. And therefore, sir, it behoves every single member of this House to support this bill. Now, I have heard the question of consultation. Sir, first of all, the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, when one listened to him, one not being aware of the history would have thought that Mr. Patterson, when he was in government, had passed a most comprehensive piece of local content legislation. In the Attorney General chambers, there was not even a draft. Not even a draft. We have put, sir, to this House a comprehensive bill, and it was not an easy task to put pen to paper in relation to this bill. As the Honorable Subject Minister said, we are dealing with a brand new sector, highly technical, highly sophisticated, highly complex, and also we are dealing for the first time with the question of assessing our capacity, local capacity, in an area that we have absolutely no experience. And yet we are criticized simply for a schedule that we have made clear will vest. The minister is empowered with the discretionary elasticity to change that schedule whenever we see that we have the capacity. My friend's understanding, I say this with the greatest of respect, my friend's understanding of the legal service that is required for this sector, I dare say, is quite simplistic. Quite simplistic. 90%, Mr. Speaker, I don't think my friend ever saw one of these contracts or one of the joint venture arrangement or the other technical legal documents that have to be executed in this sector. And perhaps that is why he made the comments that he made. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as we have repeatedly said, is a work in progress. It is not the end all. And that is why we have that schedule. And that schedule has that ministerial discretion. And we will change it. The honorable member speaks about ensuring that Exxon got a local contractor to build the building. Why did he allow the building to be built in the first place, if you're talking about local content? Why allow the building to be built and owned by Exxon? He doesn't answer that question. He's dealing with the contractor. That kind of nitpicking, sir, is totally unwarranted in this very important exercise of local content. Mr. Speaker, first of all, we have a definition of who is a Guyanese company and who is a Guyanese citizen. Guyanese citizen is defined by our Constitution and by the Citizenship Act. My friend wants us to limit Guyana citizenship to birth only. That is only one aspect or one way by which you get citizenship. You have citizenship by marriage. You have citizenship by naturalization. You have citizenship by descent. This kind of myopic recommendation that he's making is highly discriminatory. And yet he speaks about discrimination within the Treaty of Chaguaramas, but doesn't recognize that he's discriminating against Guyanese in violation of our fundamental rights and freedoms in Guyana. That is the kind of presentation that's completely lacking of competence and substance. Trinidad has had a local content policy for over 40 years. It never ran afoul of the Treaty of Chaguaramas. Suriname has local content. They are part of the common market and the common economy. There's no issue of violation with the Treaty of Chaguaramas. We looked at Norway was part of the European Union. There was no conflict there. We looked at Africa, Nigeria, Uganda, Ghana. They're African organizations similar to that of CARICOM. There was no conflict with those legislation. It's not that we didn't address our minds to this, sir. We have addressed our minds to it, and when the issue arises, we will deal with it. We will deal with it. So you have the government's assurance that we have addressed that issue and we will deal with it at the appropriate time. Sir, the other point that the honorable member made is that sole trader. He says that businessmen operating under a trade name or a business registration name is not caught by the definition. Again, that is a highly simplistic understanding of the definition. The business name is simply the name under which you trade or the style under which you trade. The human being behind the business is a human being, a sole trader, a private individual. That person must be a Guyanese citizen. We included partnership because you have law firms that are partners, you have accountants that are partners, and they may not have been covered by the definition we have for companies. We have addressed that. Only last night, sir, only last night, you're talking about consultation. Let me deal with that. As the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources said, we had an entire year of consultation by a team established by His Excellency the President. Then we imported a high-level team. We invited a high-level team from Ghana with whom we held a series of consultations. We had also, sir, a professor from Ghana with whom we consulted. Then we met with the sector. We met with every single major organization or business interest in Guyana, the insurance sector, the bar association, the manufacturing sector, the contractors, the accountants, the insurance people. Every single sector we met with and took their recommendations on board. We didn't have to actually meet them. They wrote us. My Lord, the honorable member is speaking about we didn't consult with them. Those people wrote us. Why you didn't write? Why you didn't write? The bill took a very long time to be completed. After several iterations and after several rounds of consultation. I was just making the point that only last night late, we took on board several recommendations from the accountants and the insurance company. And that is how we raised the threshold in those two sectors. And we made some other adjustments. Last night late also, we were working until 1 o'clock this morning on his amendments, which he tabled, he sent to us on the 28th of December. 28th, only yesterday he sent it. And yet, we took it on board, and out of about 14, we have incorporated about 12. And there's no gratitude, no recognition. And the honorable member speaks about an appeal tribunal. He believes, and he says he calls the honorable member Mahipal. According to him, Mahipal will turn up with his Guyanese passport to be registered at the local register, and for some reason, they will chase him. That was the analogy that he gave. Sir, this is the kind of debate that we are having in the House. And then he wants an appeal, a tribunal to which Mahipal can go and appeal. Now, when we incorporate into the law a definition of who is a Guyanese or who is a Guyanese company, and there is any violation of that law, the aggrieved citizen has recourse to the courts. That is how democracy works. When you want a tribunal in there to perform legal functions, that tribunal may very well be accused of trespassing upon the separation of powers, because that tribunal will be determining a matter of law. Issues of law are to be determined by the judiciary. And we have judicial review, and we have a constitutional court, and we have a civil court that will deal with these issues. So we set up a tribunal, according to him. When a person is aggrieved by that decision of that tribunal, where does it go? You continue to build an alternate court system, you still have to go back to the court. So that argument of the honorable member must be rejected out of hand. It makes no sense. Sir, so let me get to the bill itself. We were very careful here. The honorable member speaks about family and friends. I don't know which bill he has read. This bill speaks to competitive bidding in a public procurement process. Right through the bill speaks about that. I don't know how in that statutory matrix one can dole out contracts to friends and family. The way he did the Harbor Bridge contract for $160 million, carry to cabinet and get the Harbor Bridge to pay. That is doling out to friends and family. That is corruption. We don't do that in this government. We have legislated a public procurement process in the Act that all contractors, all licensees, and all operators in the sector must comply with. They only go to get sole sourcing with the permission of the minister, and they have to satisfy very specified and specific grounds before they can get sole sourcing. They cannot get sole sourcing once the service or the skill is available in Guyana. That is the kind of framework that is in this bill to protect our local people and our local industry and company. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know which organizations he consulted, because we consulted right across the board, and we have the full support of every major organization in this country. Now, granted, everyone believes that they can do 100%. Everyone believes that. Any sector you go to, you speak to the lawyers, they believe they can do 100%. You go to the doctors, they believe they can do 100%. You go to the accountants, they can do 100%. But as a government, we have to assess the sector. We have to ensure that the sector works. And that is why we have added that kind of discretion in the minister to change it by order, not by amendment. So we don't have to come through any protracted legal and statutory process to get these schedules amended. Once we have the capacity, we are going to change it. We have the local people at heart. This is our bill. You did nothing. So don't come and accuse us of shortchanging locals here where you did nothing for them in the form of a legislation. Nothing. Every Guyanese is aware of what is taking place in this country. The private sector, in our consultations with them, they said that they begged you all for about 3 years to pass this bill because of what was taking place right across the length and breadth of Guyana, with foreigners coming into the country and invading, taking over the sector, buying lands, all the river lands on the East Bank, taking over the contracting services, bringing in the heavy-duty equipment, to the exclusion of Guyanese. We responded to that. We were alive to those atrocities, and those are being addressed in this bill. My friend spoke about, the honorable member spoke about the Institute of Business Development, which is an institute established by the oil company. You want to hear about incest? Speak to the private sector. We spoke with them, and they detailed to us the litany of stories of discrimination, of neglect, of how they were ostracized from getting a fair opportunity to participate in that same organization that you are speaking about. We spoke to the people, the aggrieved parties, and that is what they told us. So yes, this Secretariat will, I don't know if to replace, that's not our organization, but this is an apparatus of the state, the Secretariat. And this will assume the state's responsibility of ensuring that that register is maintained, and every Guyanese who have an opportunity, who want to participate in the industry, is recorded in that register. And the register will be made public. And most importantly also, we did not make it mandatory for every Guyanese to go on the register. You going on the register is optional. But if you make the decision not to go on the register, then your services will not be counted as local content. As local content. The other issue that the honorable member raised is about, I can't remember, but so Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks about the two plans, the master plan and the annual plan. And inherent in those plans is an obligation for the oil sector as well as the state to continuously build capacity, so that we will continue to build the type of capacity that is required for the sector. So at some point in time, hopefully, we will be completely self-sufficient in the sector. But until then, we have to leave that window of opportunity. Oh, my friend was speaking about fixed-term contracts. Now, this bill, the way it is structured, allows, Mr. Speaker, first of all existing contracts will not be interfered with, because we respect the sanctity of contract. That's a very important principle that we embrace as a government. So all existing contracts will not be affected by the schedule. And there is a 1 year period, that the schedule will take their full force. And once that happens, Mr. Speaker, then the machinery begins, and the Secretariat will begin to do its work. Mr. Speaker, we didn't draft this bill in a vacuum. We looked at Trinidad and Tobago. We looked at Ghana. We looked at Nigeria. We looked at Uganda. We looked at Sierra Leone. And we looked at Norway and best practices learned from those jurisdictions. And we tried as far as possible to incorporate them into this bill. And what we have here is perhaps, Mr. Speaker, in the opinion of at least the Ghanaians, they said that we have one of the best bills that they have seen in this part of the world. Mr. Speaker, we also had to deal with the question of how you treat with an activity, because the bill speaks to petroleum operations for Guyana. For Guyana. So you had to address your minds, for example, to an activity, a company here operating within Guyana, but has to carry out a contract or build some type of equipment in Singapore. And you had to deal with those kinds of complex issues. Do you impose, in that instance, do you impose local content? Would that construction taking place in Singapore to be used in Guyana for an operator in Guyana be considered local content? So these are very complex issues that we had to spend a long time to address to find a workable solution. I would be the first, and we would be the first to say that we don't pretend that this is a perfect bill, but it is the best first opportunity, I think, that we could have put forward. And every single Guyanese, their interest was protected as the paramount consideration in this bill to ensure that Guyana and Guyanese benefit in a most maximum way from the operations here. We had a long discourse, for example, with the insurance people, because we know that the insurance sector in Guyana can't really deal with the mammoth nature of the insurable interests that are associated with this sector. But we took guidance from the Insurance Act that says that all risks that originate in Guyana must be insured in Guyana. And it is guidance from that act that caused us to raise that threshold to 100%. Then you have the bankers may be aggrieved, they may not be satisfied because they believe that they can provide all the services. But they can't. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar industry. Our banking sector simply can't. But if you ask them, they will tell you yes. And that is the kind of balance one has to strike in a government because you want the sector to work. We spend a lot of time, for example, in relation to accommodation, hotels in particular. Do we put 100% local hotels? We decided not to. In fact, we decided to leave out hotels simply because we have in the pipeline about 8 or 9 five-star hotels, branded hotels that are scheduled to come here. If they see that we put 100% hotel accommodation in the local content bill, that is the end of the exercise. They will not invest here. We want those investments. Later on we can change. But we have to be alive to all these realities, all these competing interests, all these vicissitudes, and craft a bill that strikes a delicate balance to ensure that we have a workable bill and a workable framework. This was not a fly-by-night effort, Mr. Speaker. It was not a fly-by-night effort. And we took, for example, my friend spoke a lot about his contributions and about his amendments. You know what the amendments were? One of them, he wanted a change, a name. Change Interagency Committee to Local Content Oversight Committee. How profound. How profound. And you hear his mouth just now, as though he had some earth-shattering. So we accepted it. In my view, it makes no difference. But importantly, we accepted a recommendation from him to expand the agency. And we have included organizations like the National Tushao Council. We have included the Guyana Bar Association. We have included a nominee from the parliamentary opposition. And we have included representatives from the local petroleum organizations. No, I agree. Apart from the name change, the deed poll. He wanted a deed poll. But this is substantive, and we have accepted this. We have accepted it. Then the other one is, You want the vice chairman of the committee to be elected. Well, that's neither here nor there. We accepted that. And he had some other consequential changes, which we have accepted. The definition, let me go back to the definition of a company. We said 51% of shares, but we didn't leave it there. 51% of the shares can also mean that you don't have the requisite voting power. We included that. We included that. We have embraced the concept of beneficial ownership to ensure that we get to the real owners. And then, of course, we had the management of the company also, because we recognize that you can have 51% shares, but you don't run the company. We put a percentage of the management. And then the non-skilled labor force, we have a very, very high percentage to ensure that Guyanese predominate. One organization wanted us to draw a distinction between local content and national content. The reason being that they wanted to exclude Guyanese who are not living in Guyana. On what basis should we do that? On what basis should we tell a Guyanese living in the diaspora that he can come and partake and participate in business opportunities in Guyana? We can't manage a country with those kinds of discriminatory streaks. We can't. And that is why we are rejected out of hand his suggestion that we confine citizenship to birth. How can we do that? When you can acquire citizenship under the Citizenship Act by way of naturalization, or you can get it by way of marriage, or you can get it by way of descent. If one of your parents is a Guyanese, you are entitled to be registered as a Guyanese. Under the Constitution and the laws of the country says that. You can't violate the Constitution with an ordinary law. Mr. Ramjatan will advise him. So, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't accept those aspects of what he proposed. And I heard him make a number of criticisms of the bill. I thought that the paper that he shared with us constituted what his contributions are to the bill. But he had some fresh thoughts this morning, because half of the things that he said there are not part of his proposals. They are not part of his proposals. So we couldn't have looked at them. And this morning, I heard him make a big issue. They agreed, Mr. Speaker. Last night, they agreed to meet with us in the National Assembly in that room to have a discussion. And we were prepared to allow them to table their own amendments. We were prepared to allow them to do that, to give you a real opportunity. You didn't even turn up to the meeting. You did not even turn up to the meeting and then come here and measuring seconds and minutes and hours. When only last night you sent us your proposals. Only last night you sent us your proposals. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, I don't intend to go clause by clause into the bill, but this bill captures all the important tenets to make local content work in Guyana. We, as I said, this is our first attempt at it. We have, and then let me speak about the transparent nature. All the reports, the annual plan, the 5-year plan, are all going to be made public so that Guyanese can see what are the plans of these companies and can start to build capacity. We have in the Act, of course, in the bill, that we will exclude confidential information and proprietary information. But other than those two exceptions, Every component of those plans will be made public, and guidees can pull them down from the website or obtain a copy from the ministry and study them and start to work to build capacity. Also, the local content register will also be publicized. It's a public document, so you know who are on the local content register. It's not a hide and seek game. Everyone who is there, you are there, and your capacity is stated, or your skill is stated, or the services that you are offering would be documented on that local content register. And that would be available across the globe for every guidees living wherever to have a look at that document. And fair opportunity is given for you to register. The Secretariat, Mr. Speaker, is going to be a very, very important institution. It is the Secretariat that will manage this bill when it becomes law. And the Secretariat will act only upon the policy directions of the minister. In fact, the draft that the consultant had produced to us had a preponderance of power located in the minister. We removed that and we put it into the Secretariat. A Secretariat that would be staffed by technical people, and they would be running the show basically under the general supervisory direction of the subject minister. There is no other way to do it. There is no other way to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill here, I see a whole long list of speakers. What is there to speak on this bill other than to laud it? What is there to speak about this bill other than to laud it? Somebody will come here and speak about trucking service again. We have addressed that. If we have the trucking service, we will change that tomorrow. We did an assessment of the sectors. We talked to the people who are providing the services. They don't have the capacity now. They will get it. When they get it, we will change it. Somebody call a contractor name from Trinidad. That contractor has capacity, and he has built-in contracts already. It's not that we are oblivious to these realities. We spend days and days talking about these things, discussing them with the various sectors, and understanding what capacity they have, what they can provide. We had to bring their expectations down to acceptable levels too. It was not an easy exercise, because as I said, every sector believes that they can provide 100%. And you know what? You know what is the oil sector's position? They want no local content. They want no local content. They want freedom to reign. They want freedom to reign. They don't want local content. So you have two extremities. You have a local sector that wants 100%. Then you have the sector itself who wants no local content. You have to bridge that gap in an intelligent way, in a fair and equitable way. And that is what we have done in this bill, Mr. Speaker. As I said, it's our first attempt at it, and we are going to constantly improve it, and we have put in it built-in mechanism to give the minister fluidity and flexibility in adjusting the schedules when we think that we have the capacity. There is nothing sinister. There is nothing sinister. There is nothing ill motive about this bill. This bill represents the conscience of this country. This bill protects Guyanese, and every single Guyanese, as far as I am aware, every single Guyanese is proud of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the suspension for 1 hour.
Not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. big no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one can rise, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died there, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
Report to my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Vikram Bharat, by making my contribution to the Local Content Bill, Bill number 21 of 2021. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin my contribution for the benefit of all those who are listening. This bill is designed to provide for the implementation of local content obligations on persons engaged in the petroleum operations or related activities in the petroleum sector. It is intended to prioritize Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies in the procurement of goods and services for the enhancement of the value chain of the petroleum sector. It is designed to enable local capacity development, to provide for investigation, supervision, coordination, and monitoring and evaluation of and participation in local content in Guyana. It is intended to promote competitiveness and encourage the creation of related industries that will sustain the social and economic development of Guyana and for other related matters. Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues who spoke earlier to endorse that this piece of legislation that we are debating today is a piece of legislation that makes some very bold statements. Very bold statements. Bold enough to say that, one, we welcome foreign direct investment. We welcome foreign companies, including major oil companies, to Guyana. We welcome their investments and the opportunities that they bring. This piece of legislation is saying, we are welcoming you to Guyana. We are welcoming you to invest, but we're not going to do so at the expense of Guyanese and Guyanese nationals. Mr. Speaker, it is also making a bold statement that Guyana is open for business. But the PPPC-led administration by President Dr. Irfan Ali, while we facilitate and encourage business in Guyana, we will fulfill our mandate in ensuring that Guyanese interests are served while we are in office. And this piece of legislation guarantees the Guyanese people of that. This piece of legislation that I stand to support, that was brought by my honorable colleague, says boldly to all Guyanese in the hinterland, the riverine areas, and in the urban centers, our oil wealth must bring prosperity for all Guyanese. And mechanisms must be put in place, and we are putting those mechanisms in place to ensure that poverty is eradicated and that all Guyanese not only benefit from charity, but Guyanese must benefit from opportunities. You know, a while ago, I recall, Mr. Speaker, while we were in opposition and the APNU, AFC were in government, the big conversation was oil money transfers, how much every family should get, and how much the government should give to every person, and the rest of it. This bill is beyond reaching out to vulnerable groups and providing transfers. This bill makes room for Guyanese to get involved in real opportunities where the sky is the limit. So it's not limited by a government transfer. entrepreneurs, Guyanese businesses, Guyanese companies, Guyanese who are interested in joining the cadre of people for national development must be able to receive opportunities for the development of Guyana. We are facilitating development, not exploitation. So, Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution here today, I want to assure the Guyanese, all my brothers and sisters, wherever they are located and where they're listening from, that this piece of legislation, admittedly not perfect, but it is our first and best attempt at this time to provide a framework and safeguards to ensure that what I have just outlined becomes a reality for Guyanese. Why legislation and not just policy? Why not just a white paper? This bill highlights what ought to happen, how it should happen, and what are the consequences if it don't happen. And that is what is important. This is not just talk, but this bill carries with it the real teeth of enforcement. The Honorable Vikram Barrett, when he spoke in presenting the bill, reminded us that there are penalties ranging all the way up to $50 million for persons who don't comply with actions that are stated in this bill. The man in the street, members of the private sector, the ordinary worker, the young man who is graduating soon from university, those who are sharpening their entrepreneurial skills would ask the question, what is in it for me? Well, let me take time to tell you what is in it for you. This bill guarantees employment for Guyanese. Employment for Guyanese. You know, we came to government telling the nation that put us in office and we will create at least 50,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be the gazetted minister with responsibilities for some sectors and agencies. And I can tell you, as a result of oil and gas, what are some of the impact in terms of growth that is taking place in Guyana, and why this bill is necessary to safeguard those jobs. Before oil and gas, we used to see about 7 to 10 ships making a call at Port Georgetown on a weekly basis. 7 to 10 ships on a weekly basis. Today, we are making an average of 52 ships making calls at Port Guyana. Expansion in the maritime sector. With just one FPSO in play right now, and the service ships that have to go out and come in, and the supplies and the rest of it, there is major development. It would appear that the contribution that was made by the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, was thinking that Guyana will remain a one FPSO operation with 110,000 barrels a day offshore Guyana, and he's not thinking down the line about 6 or 8 or 10 or 12 FPSOs that are out there where we could come up to producing 1 million, 1.5 million barrels of oil per day. We have to look when you're making a framework of what is happening. We have a new development in Guyana in the aviation sector. Rotary craft have to be out and in of our airports, and that was it, one FPSO. When you have several offshore Guyana, more companies will have to come to Guyana to get people out and in using helicopter services and the rest of it. It means more people have to be fed, more people have to be accommodated, because when they're on rotations, there must be apartments, there must be places for them to stay. If there are apartments, these apartments need to be maintained, there needs to be landscaping, more people need fruits and vegetables, more people staying in hotels need tomatoes and cucumbers. We don't need the canned stuff coming to Guyana. We need our farmers to be able to provide their services to those places to ensure that they're getting part of the pie. So when we talk about employment, we're talking about the taxi drivers being able to provide transportation services. A man must be able to move, and that's what I want to say to the taxi driver. You must move from just merely a hustle trying to get a drop here. And you must be able to invest in several cars and provide executive services for the oil companies. And that must be for Guyanese and not a Trinidadian company coming to Guyana to provide that service to an oil company. It must be a Guyanese that is doing that. The service providers, whether it's hairs and nails and all the rest of it, it must be local people that are providing that. We must be able to create employment in every sector. So it's not just the people who are going on board. It's not just the people who are working on the supply vessels. It's not just the people who are directly linked to operations offshore Guyana. More companies coming to Guyana. Through the Sea and River Defense Board, we have offered at least 8 no objections for development, for shore bases and other facilities. There will be laid on yards. People would have to drive the forklift. People would have to work the trucks with the high arms. And there's a whole host of activity that will be taking place. And you know what we're saying? Don't take your eyes and pass Guyanese. That you're going to bring people from Ukraine and Argentina and Peru to do a job when there are Guyanese here in Guyana who could be trained and developed to do that same job. The PPPC administration is making a bold statement by the presentation of this bill today that we are safeguarding the employment opportunities that will become more and more available for Guyanese to benefit and for Guyanese to prosper in Guyana. And that is why everyone should support this bill. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this bill guarantees skills development. It's a new sector. While we had rice and sugar and bauxite and gold and the other labor-intensive activity that provided to our financial and economic development in the oil sector, there will be labor-intensive skills, but there are also high-level skills that have to be developed. And we want to ensure that our technical and vocational institutes, our technical institutes, our University of Guyana, understand the need for these skills so that Guyanese could be trained and participate meaningfully in Guyana's development. This bill also provides to ensure the local procurement of goods and services. We are not in a buy local campaign, but we are saying once things are available in Guyana, it must be purchased here, and our farmers and our manufacturers and our agro-processors and those who provide those services must be able to get an opportunity. This bill provides and guarantees that there must be the building of capacity for local suppliers and contractors. I heard Mr. Patterson a little earlier talking about small contractors, and there is nothing about facilitating those who just merely have a business registration and a business name. Well, this environment that we are going into and where Guyana is going, you start there. But we must see several people coming together and forming conglomerates. We must see small businesses merging. While you compete, you complement and build capacity so that you'll be able to compete. And that's the fifth thing I want to emphasize that this bill will promote, and that it will enhance competitiveness. And whenever there is competition, two things you control. One, price, and second, quality. And Guyana will become a provider of high quality goods and services because we have to compete, and we will ensure that the tide rises in Guyana where quality is concerned. Quality in construction, quality in services, quality in the delivery. We must be able to see that happening. So I support this bill because of these reasons. Mr. Speaker, just allow me a few moments to conclude my presentation by rebutting something that Mr. Patterson said. Mr. Patterson said that this bill will see discrimination against Guyanese. The government will discriminate against Guyanese. It's either you don't comprehend or you don't read. This is regulating the private companies. The government will not be doing the hiring. We will have a secretariat where there will be a register, where there will be monitoring and evaluation. It is the private companies that will have to hire, and we will check to ensure that they are in compliance. But he went on to say further, Mr. Speaker, that we will see family and friends getting all the work. Well, I don't know if Mr. Patterson is aware of what is really friends and families. But I would like to remind him that in the acquisition and the procurement of the three metal Toledo weight in motion systems, this report that I still have from the forensic audit indicated that while he was Minister and General Secretary of the AFC, he handed a contract to the political advisor and the political strategist to the campaign of the APNU AFC, and up until now those scales have not been delivered to Guyana, and that is what is called friends and family. I have the report here with me. So we must be careful when we say things like this. While I'm happy that Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, said that the opposition is supporting the bill, it would appear that his remarks are against people in the diaspora. We know that there are Guyanese who live in the United States, Canada, England, some countries in the Caribbean who have dual citizenship. They work out there and they want to invest. Guyana, we only have 750,000 people at home. Sooner or later, we will have to start coming to this National Assembly with a policy about immigration to facilitate labor in Guyana. And Guyanese must be able to be the first beneficiaries, whether they are at home or they are abroad. So the message to the diaspora: you are welcome home to participate in Guyana's development and Guyana's oil wealth. We say to all of our colleagues in the diaspora, come home and participate. And finally, Mr. Speaker, finally, you know, this issue about this bill, one thing that stood out to me, and it is the fact, not only Minister Barrett, as the minister responsible for petroleum, would have to have a register and do monitoring, but the bill sets out to do something that everybody should be proud about. The Secretariat has a responsibility to mount public education and awareness campaigns. And that is important, because that must be able to tell the single mother, that must be able to tell the people in the riverine communities in the hinterland how they could get registered, how they could participate, and how they could meaningfully benefit from this local content legislation. Mr. Speaker, I lend full support to this bill. I call upon all of my colleagues who seem to be absent at this time, but may be listening, to support this bill, And certainly, the call for this bill to go to a special select committee is without merit. You go to a special select committee to do consultations. We have done the consultations before. It is already done. We know what are the grievances, we know what are the issues, we know what are the recommendations, and this piece of legislation represents the wishes in majority of the people of Guyana. And I ask that it be passed today and supported by all in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Bishop One Edgehill. The next speaker is the Honorable Member, Mr. Dionarain Ramsuru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I'm honored to speak on this bill, number 21 of 2021. A bill that speaks on local content for the petroleum sector. A bill that is supposed to build the capacity of Guyanese citizens and businesses. A bill that is to ensure our current and future generation is secure. A bill that ought to show transparency and accountability in our procurement system. A bill that is to set the economic framework of our people. Sir, I support a local content bill for Guyana, but in the way in which this is drafted is total betrayal, sir. And, sir, allow me to explain that. Allow me to explain that. Sir, right here we have listened to see that meetings were held up to last night, and there were consideration that was given to at least 10 of the clauses that we asked to be put into this bill. You have seen that. So, sir, when we came here, we have learned that. And they'll do this in a space of short time. And that is the reason why we are calling for this bill to go to our special select committee, so that we can sit down and take our time and draft the necessary clause that will benefit all. Sir, and you know, I wanted to talk about the consultation that the honorable member, Mr. Vikram, spoke about. And I'll go straight to the accounting of that 20% that was there, sir. And I listened to the AG that said that they move it to 90% because of the recommendation that came from us, sir. 90%. Sir, you must know when the ICAG have proposed to have the percentages that they wanted to be in this local content bill, sir. And let me go through the description. They had the tax reform preparation, 75%. They had the payroll services, 100%. They had the accounting support services, 100%. The tax advisory, 60%. The financial advisory, 50%. Accounting and finance employment, 50%. Sir, what they have done is that they lump sum this together and call it accountant services and put it to 20%. 20%. But I'm grateful, sir, that they have taken our recommendation and make it to 90%. So I'm very, very pleased that the government has taken that recommendation on board, sir. Sir, the minister spoke about 51% of ownership of Guyanese to be in terms of the company, 51% share. But what is absent, sir, and if you look at the Uganda's local content policy, you will see that the first local content bill that they presented, everything was circled and focusing on the citizen of Ugandans. They had 40% of subcontractors should be given to the citizen of that country. For example, like we have the subcontractors shore base here. The subcontractors that shore base will hire here, 40% that should be Guyanese, sir. And that is when you want to talk about Guyanese, that is what you do. Sir, let me further expound on the Uganda local content policy because it shows they value their citizens. When it comes to contract, a certain amount is reserved for the local citizen and companies. And for subcontracting of contracts, it is mandatory, sir. Let me repeat this. It is mandatory requirements for foreign entities to subcontract the 40% that I spoke about. And the liabilities, sir, and we talk about insurance. The AG talked about insurance last night. They had meetings and so on about the insurance company. But the liabilities with the contracting party not being transferred to the local company. And that will cushion the insurance that the AG mentioned that cannot take on the responsibility of these oil companies. That will do, sir. Sir, again, the Guyanese company will not benefiting from the subcontractors laid out in Section 9 and 10 of this bill. There are no percentages allocated here as compared to the Ugandan, sir. But in the AP and AFC, in the policies that we had a 30% there, sir. 30%. Sir, when I look back at the bill, the word subcontractors are too vague. It needs to be clearer and to be defined further. Sir, these are now using, there are companies now that are using, when we spoke about the influx of foreign businesses coming to Guyana. We have some examples, sir, like in Trinidad. Many companies are coming here. They're using our Guyanese people that's working in Trinidad, come here, register the business, and put it under their names and work with that, sir. That's where you circumvent the entire system, sir. And that is what we want to guard against when we talk about birth of Guyanese. And I do understand that. So, unless we have a clear defined local content policy, Guyanese will lose in the long haul, sir. And that is reasons why that I will recommend that we move this to a special select committee. Sir, let me move on to the education sector here when it comes to the local content policy. Education and training are key factors for the development of our human resources. Although it is mentioned in Section 14 and 15 of this bill, number 21, it does not speak on a timeline, sir, which is absent here. So you cannot want it to bring the training and the transfer of technology and don't put a timeline to it. It can be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. But if you put a timeline to it, it would be better, sir. For example, we had the first FPSOs that we could have not serviced this entire technical skills that is required there. But we should have already prepared our technical institute to develop that skills so that when the second FPSO comes, we should be able to provide at least 70% of our skilled workers there. Mr. Chairman, despite my urge to have a local content bill for Guyana, this one that is set before us is far from the reality. Our current and future generation will not only benefit in time to come. So I am therefore recommend, sir, finally, to have this bill put before the special committee so that we can deliberate and have what has been missing and put it and make the bill completely, as the AG clearly points out, for all Guyanese. Sir, I really wanted to speak more about what is missing, but I'm happy that our members on the other side is agreeing to many of what we want to say. So I therefore, sir, urge that you consider to put this bill, to have more discussion, and to put in a clause that will benefit all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And the Honorable Member, Minister Oneish Warren. It's your turn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill for local content, which has been brought to this House by my colleague, Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that all the work that we do here in the National Assembly is important. For the Constitution provides that the House is the primary entity in which the sovereignty of the people is exercised. Despite the unquestionable importance of our work here in the Assembly, however, much of this work is the routine business of government. We legislate mostly incrementally. We respond to routine developments and endeavor to keep the legal framework of our country in step with contemporary standards, practices, norms, and expectations. Even when we bring brand new legislation to this House to implement novel policies, there are many times an air of normality and of continuity along a linear path of development. Once in a while, Mr. Speaker, there comes a time, perhaps no more than once or twice in a generation, once in a while, there comes a time when there is laid in this august assembly a bill that is so fundamental in importance and exceptional in nature that it takes its place among the seminal developments in the history of our country. It will be no exaggeration, Mr. Speaker, to say that this bill is such a bill. This bill is such a bill, Mr. Speaker, because it says henceforth it will be the law of this land that Guyanese must participate in and benefit from the exploitation of what has proven to be one of the most significant oil discoveries on the entire planet in contemporary times. I reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that henceforth this will be our law. It will not be our wish, it will not be merely policy, neither will it be hope or dream. It will be law. Guyanese individuals and firms will be conferred with legally enforceable rights of participation in this lucrative economic sector. Those who operate oil and gas concessions will come under a legal obligation to set aside business and employment for Guyanese nationals. This bill therefore delivers the framework for the total transformation of our economy, which will help to catapult us into the ranks of the developed world. It is a landmark bill, a game changer, a truly exceptional opportunity to shape the course of our history. And it's for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that I'm disappointed that our friends on the other side of this House appear to be taking a very ordinary approach to what is in reality an extremely extraordinary development. Instead of rising to the occasion, we have the same old, oppose for the record, perfunctory criticism, facile amendments offered. Mr. Speaker, I wish to deal with some specifics of this bill to demonstrate this transformative impact of which we on this side speak. As my colleagues before me have noted, we have in this bill provided for local content obligations in 40 distinct sectors and subsectors. Of these 40 sectors, there are 26 for which minimum local content obligation is 50% or more. There are 20 sectors for which the obligation is 75% or more. 13 sectors at 90% or more local participation, and in 4 sectors, the provision is 100%. That is to say, these are reserved exclusively for Guyanese. By any stretch of the imagination, Mr. Speaker, in the context of an economy that is the fastest growing economy in the world, this bill, with these provisions, must be recognized as significant, consequential, and impactful. Hundreds of Guyanese businesses have the opportunity to access markets that just did not exist for them before in a meaningful way, and thousands of these citizens will have access to employment opportunities. And this access comes at a time when the prospects are extraordinary by any conceivable standard. Mr. Speaker, to put these developments into perspective, we may recall not so long ago, the conventional wisdom was that our economy needed to sustain a growth of 6 or 7% per year over a period of about 2 decades in order for us to achieve an acceptable standard of development. 6 or 7%. Last year, even in the stultifying strangleholds of the COVID-19 pandemic and the stagnation brought to our nation for almost half a year by the election fiasco, our economy grew by 43%. This year, we are on track to grow at almost 20%. And so, Mr. Speaker, even the perennial professional pessimists on the other side of this House must admit that the once seemingly elusive 6 or 7% on which economic transformation was premised now seems eminently feasible and achievable. In other words, Mr. Speaker, that future we dreamed of not so long ago is here today. It is here now. And it is within the future of now that we bring this historic bill to this House for the benefit of our people. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that this bill is aimed at the oil and gas sector in its provisions, these benefits that we speak of will not be limited to that sector. While all eyes may be firmly set on the opportunities within the sector, which has obviously generated a direct consequence of enacting this bill, there is another equally important potential effect of this bill. That effect, Mr. Speaker, is the potential of our firms to use the foothold provided by the oil and gas sector to become established, to grow, and to develop into truly competitive entities in regional and global markets. This is possible because some of the sectors earmarked are readily amenable to being developed into vibrant export-oriented sectors to serve industries outside of the petroleum industry and companies outside of Guyana. I speak here particularly of sectors such as engineering and machining, accounting and legal services, environmental studies and services, among others. These and other sectors promise viability beyond the petrol-driven expansion. The provision for these sectors in this bill is manifest evidence of our government's commitment to sustainability in the post-petroleum economy and of our foresight in providing for future generations. To continue with specifics, Mr. Speaker, despite its brevity, this is a holistic and comprehensive bill, for its benefits are not aimed only at the level of the firm. This bill, once enacted, will directly impact hundreds, if not thousands of Guyanese, because it also imposes obligations on licensees, contractors, and subcontractors to give first preference to qualified Guyanese nationals for direct hiring. Moreover, it does not allow these companies to simply throw up their hands and claim that Guyanese are not qualified or experienced. Instead, in the event of lack of Guyanese possessing the skills and necessary experience in the areas that the local content obligation exists, it requires these companies to make provisions for training Guyanese to fill the available positions, for them to work alongside foreign nationals for periods to be approved by the minister until the experience deficit is overcome. Mr. Speaker, we do not only impose the obligations on the operators in the sector, the bill also has comprehensive arrangements for scrutiny and monitoring of compliance with its provisions in order for us to ensure that we meet the intended objectives of direct benefit to Guyanese workers and firms. It makes provision for a well-defined framework within which companies must give timely notice to the public of impending procurement and employment needs so as to enable locals to make plans and preparations to supply the market. There is a rigorous regime of reporting that will allow for monitoring of compliance with requirements and commitments. And last but not least, in order to give teeth to these measures, there are provisions for consequential financial penalties for non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to say a few words on some of the amendments that have been proffered by our friends on the other side of the House. Mr. Speaker, I must say that despite acquiescing to a few of the proffered amendments, we are in general quite disappointed at what appears to be a lack of effort on the whole put into them by the honorable members of the other side. For example, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment to the first schedule, which seeks to provide for extremely high levels of local content right off the bat, seems calculated simply to pander to populism with no regard for the economic consequences to local consumers. One does not need to be an economist, Mr. Speaker, to understand the unacceptably high risk of imminent harm and injury to consumers from immediately setting local content obligations at the level proposed by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, the likely result of such actions especially would be for all or substantially all of available supply of goods and services in those areas to be directed to the oil and gas sector, leading to escalating prices for Guyanese consumers. It is already becoming difficult to find construction workers. The price of accommodation is increasing, thus we as a government have to be careful to manage the transition to avoid dislocation in the local economy. Our friends on the other side of this House, Honorable House, cannot have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. They cannot want to make political hay over price increases, yet come to this very House and propose inherently inflationary measures. For us to acquiesce to such measures would be the height of irresponsibility. Another proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, with which we would fundamentally disagree is that which seeks to restrict local content to people who are Guyanese by birth only. My Honorable AG, Attorney General, have alluded to the unconstitutionality of these provisions. But Mr. Speaker, we have a fundamental difference in principles with our friends on the other side on this matter, as it would create a moral quagmire that a second class of citizens, and indeed it would literally create second-class citizens, something which our government, committed as we are to inclusiveness, are unable to countenance, much less support. And Mr. Speaker, in passing, some of my other colleagues have noted on other occasions that sometimes we get the feeling that the opposition would like us to pretend that the years 2015 to 2020 simply never happened. We hear, for example, that our immigration laws are loose, and there are possibilities of corrupt practices in the naturalization process. But this is coming to us from a party which created an entire dedicated ministry for citizenship and operated it for 5 years. Now you are indicting your own system. It is difficult to square that history with the present claim that we have systems so weak to such an extent that it merits creating second-class citizenship, which will have the effect of excluding some Guyanese from participating in our economy. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I wish to remind the members on the other side, and indeed all Guyana, that the first announcement of finding high-quality oil in commercial quantities offshore Guyana was made on the 20th of May, 2015. A mere 4 days into the term of the office of the APNU-AFC coalition. 4 days, Mr. Speaker, 4 days. But if we listen to our friends on the other side of this House, you will be excused for thinking that that announcement was made 4 years after, leaving them with no time to do anything about it. The reality is that after that signal announcement was made known to Guyana and the world, the coalition had an entire 5 years and then some. Those were years, Mr. Speaker, in which if they were really serious and committed to the development of the people, they had ample time and opportunity to do something about it. In those 5 years, Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot of talk about local content, and we saw no action. No implementation because there was no commitment from those who now cry tears for local content. We, on the other hand, have brought this bill to this floor of this assembly well within 2 years of coming to office. 16 months, in fact. Within 16 months of coming into office, we have moved, enshrined to law, the right of participation for all Guyanese in this oil and gas economy. I wish to repeat, Mr. Speaker, our commitment to be enshrined in law is for the right of participation to be conferred on all Guyanese. This is best exemplified by the obligation in Schedule 2 of the bill, which mandates companies to ensure, and I quote, equal treatment and opportunity afforded to all Guyanese nationals, irrespective of race, political opinions, color, creed, age, disability, marital status, sex, gender, language, birth, social class, pregnancy, religious, conscience, belief, or culture, or geographical location in Guyana. And I end quote. So there is no doubt our commitment is to all Guyana. Those who doubt our commitment to one Guyana need look no further than the provisions of this bill. And if in doubt about the alternative on offer, they can scour the Hansard to see what commitment to local content was offered by our friends on the other side in the 5 years that they occupied the government benches. Mr. Speaker, I am conscious of the weight of responsibility that is on all of our shoulders with the advent of this historic and momentous bill. I support it wholeheartedly. I recommend it unreservedly to this honorable House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Sherwin Holder, to make his contributions.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to first extend seasonal greetings to my colleagues in Parliament and to all Guyanese. I trust that the season brought joy to their hearts, the hearts of many, notwithstanding the economic and other pressures endured by the population at the hands of this PPP government. Mr. Speaker, over the last decade, the issue of local content has become the epicenter of focus and debate in all extractive industries, and more so in the oil and gas industry. Most countries in the modern era are enacting laws to make mandatory for all stakeholders. It has become a very critical issue due to the fact that in today's commercialized society, every country wants its citizens to capture commanding heights of its economy and thus assist to keep its wealth within its borders while providing much needed employment. So for poor developing countries like Guyana, it is even more critical. Before the discovery of oil, our local industries were the drivers of our economic activity and development. However, with a population of just over 750,000 rather, and with bountiful resources at our disposal, our country remains underdeveloped, and we are yet to attain the minimum level of development that would eradicate poverty and raise the standard of living of all Guyanese to an acceptable standard. It is in this context It is in this context that the Guyanese people expect that their government, opposition, and all stakeholders work in unison to ensure that there is rapid growth and development, executed in such a way that allows for the lives of the poor and vulnerable, to be elevated in an equitable manner. So, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible Guyanese elected to represent the interests of all Guyanese, and as the alternative government, the APNU-AFC coalition will support in principle, any legislation that is intended to improve the lives of Guyanese. But Mr. Speaker, when you have a government that shows contempt for the Guyanese people, attempting to shove an important piece of legislation down our throats without any proper consultation, in fact, none whatsoever, with the opposition, which is supported by more than half of this nation, then there would be conflict. We will robustly oppose any attempt to control and dominate the parliament, and any contemptuous behavior drawn on the Guyanese people by this dictatorial government. Mr. Speaker, I do not believe that the Guyanese people are surprised with anything this government does anymore. In fact, I believe that the public is just disgusted with their exceptional level of poor governance. We are heading into a full-fledged dictatorship, even here in the parliament, which is a pillar of democracy. They brought this and several other important bills to the parliament to be passed into law after tabling it less than 2 weeks ago, forcing it into law by way of their one-seat majority. And we do recognize the departure of Comrade Schuman. That can't be the democracy that the PPP so often pretends to champion. Mr. Speaker, the PPP claims to be democratic at elections time. Then when they get into office, their modus operandi is one of domination and control of every aspect of governance. Mr. Speaker, I believe that democracy and good governance eludes the PPP and should not be spoken of by them. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say to the Guyanese people that this attempt to hurriedly and callously force this bill through the parliament without proper consultation opens the floodgates for corruption and a lack of transparency. In fact, it is undemocratic. And does great injustice to what the Guyanese people want and what should be achieved by any local content legislation. Mr. Speaker, when one looks at the bill, one gets the impression that it was hardly put together with no real abstract reasoning. It comes over as a copy and paste document. And so it ignores our specific situation here in Guyana and the need for transparency and accountability. It is against this backdrop that, as the alternative government, the APNU-AFC proposed a slew of amendments to this broken bill and recommend that this bill be sent to a special select committee so as to provide for greater scrutiny and input from not only the parliamentary opposition, but more importantly, civil society and the general public at large. Mr. Speaker, this oil does not belong to the PPP. Mr. Speaker, this oil does not belong to the PPP. It belongs to the people. It belongs to the Guyanese people. And as such, they are the ones who must be allowed to determine how they must benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at some specific clause in this bill. When you look at clause 6.1, when you look at Kwame, you could look at clause 6.1, honorable member. Look at clause 6.1, and you will see that it is evident that the PPP has no interest in transparency and accountability. Just look at it. In fact, if they did, then they would have looked at international standards, especially those obtained in countries like Norway, that have extremely good local content policies with very robust measures. Then they would understand why it is absolutely necessary to publish the local content register, transparency and accountability. If they were interested in transparency and accountability, they would have placed a time frame for companies to receive their certificate of registration after they would have applied as stated in clause 6.2. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that the PPP is not interested in promoting and protecting the interests of the Guyanese people, but rather the interests of big companies, their friends, and their own pockets. Mr. Speaker, if we were to look at clause 13.2, in clause 13.2, it allows the contractor or subcontractor to merely notify the Secretariat of entering into a proposed contract. Then they can proceed to use exempt percentages in Schedule 1 to enter into lifelong contracts, shortchanging the local providers of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, the PPP wants to escape scrutiny in every instant, but at the same time, try to hoodwink the Guyanese people by making provisions in the bill for an interagency advising committee. So they make the claim of having an independent body advising them. But when you examine clause 21-4, which describes the methodology to be used for the composition of that committee, you clearly see that every single member of the committee would be handpicked by the president, from who chairs that committee right down. To make matters worse, if you look at clause 9, it gives the president 8 different reasons to remove any member of that committee. Mr. Speaker, I read what was put to this assembly, not what was hurriedly put this morning. What was submitted to this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, given the behavior of the PPP over the last year, especially in the case of their assault on constitutional bodies like the Police Service Commission, where there was arbitrary dismissal of the chairman, one has to be naive to even entertain the thought that the PPP would hesitate to remove anyone who oppose them or share a different view. Mr. Speaker, in the case of the amendments to the Natural Resource Fund, for example, where oversight, transparency, and accountability is even more critical, they are doing the same thing as they are doing here with this bill. While they make the claim that there would be a board of directors to exercise oversight of the fund, when one examines that bill carefully, one will recognize that the intent of the PPP is to table legislation in such a manner that allows them to select who will be the members of the board and simply determine its composition. This obviously, along with other clauses in that bill, allows for the PPP to withdraw whatever amounts of monies they desire for whatever reason they determine, essentially pillaging and plundering our oil money, the people's money. Mr. Speaker, this presentation is on local content. This presentation is on local content and the benefits that the Guyanese people deserve. But it does not mean that I cannot draw reference to the other bills. Mr. Speaker, there are numerous other deficiencies in this bill. Too much to mention. For example, if one looks at clause 18, it allows for the Secretariat to submit a detailed report evaluating the local content activities and achievements or non-achievements of contractors, subcontractors, etc. However, instead of the minister tabling this report, clause 18, yes, I have read the bill. I read the bill. Clause 18.3. Clause 18.3 allows him to submit his own tailored report. If the word cause a report is replaced with cause the report, then he will have no choice but to table it. That is the deception, the deceptive ways of this PPP administration. Mr. Speaker, clause 8 and 10 speaks to submission of annual plan within 60 days and a 5-year master plan within 4 months respectively. After the agreement is made between the government and the contractor. Shouldn't the annual plan at minimum be submitted at what I would call the procurement stage before any agreement is made? Shouldn't the contractor have his plan presented to you before? You know, Mr. Speaker, some members on the opposite side clearly don't know what they're talking about. This bill was hurriedly prepared. It is evident. Another example, Mr. Speaker, is the callous way in which this bill was crafted. Another example is the callous way in which this bill was crafted is in clause 17, clause 17.1. The contractor is required to submit performance reports within 45 days of the commencement of the calendar year. So again, just listen, my friend. So again, you can end up with a new contractor submitting a report before he submits any local content plan. It's nonsensical. Mr. Speaker, another major observation, another major general observation is that this bill does not in any form or fashion seek to empower our indigenous people or similar vulnerable groups. This, to my mind, is shocking and appalling. The PPP took over from the APNU-AFC coalition, whose key agenda was to bridge the gap between the hinterland and the coastland. Now this government, this PPP government, is showing them scant disregard. The indigenous people and their representatives must sound their voices and their disapproval of this. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, this bill I would describe as wholly deficient and would not present the best opportunities for our people. More so, in its current form, it sets the foundation for a lack of proper oversight, corruption, and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC, I want to make this clear to the members on the opposite side. I want to make this very, very clear to the members on the opposite side. The APNU-AFC, I am not prepared, and the APNU-AFC is not prepared to accept this contempt the PPP continues to show for the Guyanese people. We demand that this bill be sent to a special select committee where it can be properly and completely interrogated, and where a proper bill can emerge that will satisfy and represent the will of the Guyanese people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now invite the Deputy Speaker to make his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
My apologies, sir. There's a bit of connectivity issue. Mr. Speaker, first let me thank you for this opportunity to add my voice to this debate on such an important topic. I do not intend on being long nor long-winded, as I think much can be said with very little. First, I wish to commend the government on bringing this bill to the House. Even though 5 years late and overdue, it is commendable, and I see it as a huge positive to the national development. I start my presentation in the preamble of the Constitution of Guyana that states, value the special place in our nation of the indigenous peoples and recognize their right as citizens to land and security and their promulgation of policies for their communities. I read this in conjunction with Article 14 and 15 of the said Constitution. At this juncture, I must express
my dissatisfaction with its lack of inclusion of Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, I previously provided inputs into this important piece of legislation that were not taken on board. I sincerely hope this is only an oversight and not a deliberate act. One must look at not only consultations, but meaningful consultations. For what seems like an eternity, Indigenous peoples have struggled and continue to struggle to become part of any mainstream economic model in Guyana. The procurement system, by design, is prohibitive to us entering the public system to undertake tax-funded works in our very own communities. In many cases, labor in Indigenous communities are exploitative and operate at basement levels in terms of treatment and real dollar value. Take, for example, the Cato Secondary School, or any school built in any Indigenous community for that matter. At an estimated cost of roughly $1.3 billion to build a school, the surrounding communities saw less than $20 million circulated in their respective economies. Such a massive amount with so little contribution to the local economy. There was little done to build capacity in the community, giving them an opportunity to undertake contracts of their own. There is a bridge still under construction in Parmakatoy, where around 8 cement posts were left erected for years with the bridge incomplete. The school fence in our community is falling apart in a mere 3 years after being put up. Sand was used from our community to the tune of over $11 million by a contractor, and the village didn't get a cent. Pick any community and we see the examples of poor workmanship, exploitation, and communities that are struggling to deal with it. The villagers cannot take pride in these works because they were never meaningfully engaged in these developments, and all given to coastland contractors who go into these communities, exploit their resources and labor, and leave the communities to struggle when they're gone. To us, Mr. Speaker, a local content law should be comprehensive and inclusive. It must take into consideration that Indigenous peoples are already marginalized and are not actively participating in the oil and gas sector, and therefore make provisions for their alternative livelihoods. The International Labour Organization Convention 169, which Guyana has not yet ratified, on Indigenous and Tribal Peoples, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, free, prior, and informed consent, recognizes various fundamental rights of Indigenous peoples. The FPIC concept has been adopted by International Finance Corporation and other international entities. The output of such a process is typically an impact and benefit agreement or a community development agreement. When Indigenous communities have a right to negotiate with companies based on the principle of FPIC, agreements tend to include commitments to local Indigenous content, training, and enterprise development opportunities. Take, for example, many Indigenous communities live on the margins of poverty and are excluded from bidding on projects because they do not have access to the requisite information, the opportunity to be trained in the process, and the Procurement Act does not define their roles in their own development. Rather, it leaves predominantly people on the coast access to bidding on work in Indigenous communities that community members are perfectly capable of doing. Guyana is rife with examples such as schools, roads, bridges, airstrips, and even down to washrooms. The LCP should be an instrument to drive change in the Procurement Act to permit Indigenous communities first preference in bidding on works and projects in and adjacent to their communities. This will help with the intellectual capacity and economic empowerment of Indigenous peoples and their communities. It will also transform communities as they start to build local capacity and can work as a lead-in to them engaging in the oil and gas sectors. Alternatively, in the immediate transitional period, the LCP should define that over 75% of labor force, and where possible, 51% of projects by value must go to respective communities. Where necessary, all materials should be sourced locally and, just as importantly, paid for. Historically, communities see their assets such as lumber, loom, rocks, clay, and water being used without the appropriate finances for these projects being transferred or paid to the communities. Further, it would show some prudence in government economic inclusivity to designate a predetermined percentage, possibly 11% representative of their population, of works to Indigenous peoples to help as they are decades behind the coast in terms of intellectual and economic growth. When we build it, we take pride in taking care of it and can hold our own accountable. The benefits to the Indigenous community from addressing local content at an organic level creates the regime that will see communities move from survive to thrive. Local content should be looked at not only in the macroeconomic nature of such a law, but also the microeconomic drivers of strong, sustainable village economies. I've heard that the local content bill is a dynamic and evolving bill, Mr. Speaker. I was told that the Constitution is also dynamic and evolving, but look at the process to have this revised. The Amendment Act of 2006 is also an evolving document, but look at the battle to even have it addressed, Mr. Speaker. We have an opportunity to ensure that Indigenous peoples are looked at in a more meaningful way, not only through the lens of oil and gas sector, but through the lens of development, intellectual and economic growth, diversity, and sustainability as we prepare for the future needs of the country. Mr. Speaker, I recently read that Guyana and Suriname will be oil producers for the next 100 years. For Indigenous peoples to participate in that industry, it will require tremendous growth, investment, and capacity building. And it is important that the local content bill takes that into consideration in recognition of what the preamble of the Constitution says. Mr. Speaker, I further lay before this Honorable House Article 149(6) of the Constitution, which reads, "Nothing contained or done under the authority of any law shall be inconsistent or in contravention of this article, to the extent that the law in question makes provision for the protection, well-being, and advancement of the Amerindians of Guyana." This begs the question, Mr. Speaker, where in this proposed law is the advancement of the Indigenous peoples cradled? That the NTC was recently listed as a party to a schedule is quite remarkable. But we have seen what was done with the NTC's nominee on the Law Reform Commission and the seriousness with which the NTC was taken on that one. One can only hope that these symbolic gestures are not hallowed. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the government is cautious about not cooling the economy and hamstringing foreign investment. I get that. However, it is critical that Indigenous communities are included in any bill that has a direct impact on our communities and our livelihoods. And I ask that after this bill is passed, and I know it will, that the government takes urgent steps to including Indigenous peoples in a meaningful way in this important piece of legislation, and that they set a time frame for such a review. Mr. Speaker, I compliment and I commend the government on putting forward this bill, and I look forward to the rest of the debates. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next person to make a contribution is the Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I trust that you and your family, and also members of this Honorable House, had an enjoyable holiday season. And most importantly, we know what the season represents. It's all about Jesus Christ. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to be long because I think my colleagues who came before me, they did an excellent job in putting forward the position of the opposition. However, Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to add my voice and contribute to the local content bill, Bill number 21 of 2021, tabled in the National Assembly. The legislation, or the bill, Mr. Speaker, is timely to ensure Guyanese benefits and their rights are protected regarding the petroleum industry. The enactment of such legislation should not only be narrowed to the petroleum industry, and you would have heard several of my colleagues made reference to that, and also the Deputy Speaker not so long ago. But it should also cater for other areas. But I know that the honorable member earlier in his presentation and colleagues coming before him, after him, on that side of the house, they'd made reference to the document being a WIP, a work in progress. Mr. Speaker, there have been many talks of consultations not being done, and we have before us here a draft piece of bill. However, unfortunately, I must underscore that the opposition, the main parliamentary opposition, was not afforded the opportunity to participate in the consultation process during the putting together of this piece of document. But early in the day, we were all lectured in this honorable house that the David Granger-led administration, or the APNUAFC, the coalition government, we did absolutely nothing, to ensure a local content bill is brought before this honorable house. But may I remind this honorable house, that when we came into government in May of 2015, Mr. Speaker, we eventually discovered oil. So there was no legislation in place, there was no policy in place. But what the David Granger-led administration did is that we were able to commence working on ensuring a complete energy or the petroleum policy when it comes to the oil here in Guyana. And we must be able to give credit where credit ought to be given. From whether it's a magazine, it's a what, however you want to describe it, it's a policy. It is a policy. So, Comrade Leader, Comrade Speaker, I also want to let you know that despite the coalition government devising a policy, I know for a fact, and like many other Guyanese who is unaware of the local content bill being debated here today, we heard about the 180 agencies that were actually consulted during the consultation process in March of 2021. But we had speakers come in just before myself and other colleagues from the opposite side of the house but they were not as brave enough as me to stand before this honorable house, unlike many Guyanese on social media, to show us what your local policy looks like. So, Comrade Speaker, I also want to say that in this local policy of the coalition government, I know for a fact there are many principles. There are 3 sections of this policy. Section 1 speaks about the introduction. Section 2 speaks about the policy context, its objectives, and its principles. Section 3 speaks about the policy implementation. And I know I challenge any one of them across this aisle to say to me, in putting together whether your policy or your bill, whether you were able to use something from this APNU AFC policy. You know, we lead and you follow. Thank you. Sir, I came across this piece of information which I found interesting. And I'm willing to share with my colleagues in this honorable house. It is the case of the oil and gas industry in Ghana, which is a working paper 2018 of 152 from the UN University Wider, authored by Charles Akka and Asha S. Mohammed, December 2018. And this is what they had to say. Local content and local participation policy and legislation have come to stay in Ghana's oil and gas industry. The policy and legislation have been described largely as adequate, promising, and necessary to promote local content and local participation in the oil and gas industry. Implementation of the policy and legislation has, however, produced mixed results, according to industry stakeholders and researchers. Evidence on the ground suggests some level of compliance, probably I'm attending your funeral, by international oil companies to implement the policy and legislation on local content. Some Ghanaian companies have been awarded contracts to provide essential services and goods to these companies during exploration and production. Several factors, however, militate against effective implementation of the policy and legislation. Notably among these is the low capacity of local firms, discrimination against local firms by international oil companies through vertical integration, and the weak regulatory capacity of the Petroleum Commission to enforce local content implementation. Vigorous capacity building of local firms, affirmative actions for local firms and employees, and legislative reviews are recommended to enhance the implementation of local content and local participation in Ghana's oil and gas industry, quote and unquote. Let me clarify for the record. When the coalition government ascended to office in 2015, I made that point earlier, and oil was discovered and announced, there was an evident absence of both legislation to address local content and natural resources fund. However, in the interest of the people, the coalition government commenced working on both documents. Hence, a comprehensive local content policy on Guyana's petroleum sector was completed and presented in January of 2020. And I just, shared with you the various sections contained in this policy. In the National Assembly, we cannot compare or contrast the coalition's local content policy with what the PPPC regimes claim to have done sometime in March 2021. The Ministry of Natural Resources claimed to have consulted with 180 agencies under the signature of the technical assistant to the minister. Nevertheless, today, we have before us in this National Assembly Bill 21 of 2021 to debate without being afforded courtesy copies of the policy on local content done by the regime to conduct an analysis and assessment of whether the document has met the litmus test. Mr. Speaker, I will be bold and unapologetic. This bill, number 21 of 2021, lacks pertinent and critical elements, such as how training ought to be done, methods of procurement of items and supplies. The relationship between, and my colleague, Honorable David Patterson, he raised this issue, the relationship between the Center for Local Business Development. What role will they be playing where this particular, when enacted, what role will they be playing? Therefore, in my view, it gives the minister, whoever they are or will be, full powers to be the final arbiter from employment through to review and approving of all documents to be submitted by contractors, subcontractors, and licensee. Therefore, the minister will be operating as a chief executive officer, just as they are currently doing, busy in the affairs of the ministry's day-to-day operation. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to turn my attention to the actual bill before us. And I would want to specifically look at Part 2 of the bill. Part 2, Section 4, which speaks to the duties of the minister. And this is what it states here, Mr. Speaker. The duties of the minister shall include, 1, the approval or refusal, after consultation with the Secretariat, of a local content master plan and a local content annual plan, or a modification to an approved local content master plan or a local content annual plan. And it goes right through to letter G. But the point I want to make here, Mr. Speaker, is that I have concerns. Why is it that the minister will be responsible from hiring of the director, all the other members to complement the Secretariat? Why is it that the minister will be involved in probably, reviewing or assessing work plans submitted by contractors and subcontractors? I do believe, Mr. Speaker, this is total dictatorship. And what should be happening is that, as recommended by our team here, is that a committee be established where that body will be vested with all the powers to ensure that the staff, whether the director and all the other staff, are employed in the Secretariat. Again, Mr. Speaker, Section 5 of the bill speaks to the local content Secretariat. And as I said before, this is too much powers rested in the hands of the minister. Section 5.3, and this is what it says. The minister may employ such persons as are necessary for the purpose of carrying out the functions of the Secretariat at a remuneration and on such terms and conditions as the minister shall determine. Here I got a problem, sir. This is more administrative work than policy work. So again, I would like to recommend that these duties be vested in the hands of a, whether interagency committee or some local Content Committee. Mr. Speaker, I also want to make a quick point here, because the speaker before me, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, made reference to the Indigenous people not being a part of this local content act. What I do know, that when the coalition went into government, despite us not having whether a local content policy or a local content legislation, we at the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, we started to engage Indigenous communities leaders where the airstrips are, and we were able to ensure that they played a role in maintaining the airstrips within their community. The other thing we were able to do where local content is concerned, Comrade Speaker, go down into the Pomeroon River. There is a community called Waikinipi, known as Akawini. You had the PPP side, and you had the perceived PNC side. And what they did, Mr. Speaker, pre-May 2015, what they did when they were in government, they did the landing for the PPP side, but the landing where the PNC supporters were, they discriminated against those people. And what we did as a government, we engaged the communities. We were able to allow the communities to source the materials from the community. And it was the very materials that were used to construct that. I think it's a very lengthy stelling, which cost the government then over 20 million Guyana dollars. We made it possible through local content. Mr. Speaker, earlier we heard about Trinidad and Suriname on their natural resources, natural petroleum bill. But my research has proven, sir, that both Trinidad and Suriname, they do not have a local content legislation. What is guiding them right now? What is guiding them right now? They have a local content policy. That is what they have. So with you bringing a local content legislation or a bill, some 16 months into government, sir, this doesn't smell well. It doesn't augur well for the small man who got a business. It doesn't augur well for the small contractors, and I can go on and on. So in the interest of time, Comrade Speaker, I will now wrap up my presentation. And to say to you, as I prepare to close my submission, I do so knowing that in good faith and as a servant leader to the 218,000 persons GCOM gave to the coalition opposition, I cannot endorse nor support this piece of bill in its current construct. It does not truly represent the ordinary Guyanese who ply their trade in the busy downtown Georgetown, who has cottage industries in their communities. No representation of what and how Guyanese in the rural communities will benefit. What mechanism the government has in place for assisting Guyanese in their quest to be part and parcel of the oil and gas industry. I, however, join with my colleagues on this side of the House in recommending the Local Content Bill number 21 of 2021 to a special select committee for further consultation with the opposition and other individuals or stakeholder bodies for their participation and inclusion. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for Finance, Dr. Ashni Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my own voice of support to my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, and others on this side of the House who have thus far spoken in favor of and commended to the House the Local Content Bill 2021, Bill number 21 of 2021. I do believe, sir, that we had, and perhaps still have, an almost unique opportunity today as a legislature to put Guyana and the Guyanese people first. Because that essentially is what this local content bill seeks to do. The bill, just so that we all are on the same page, this bill seeks, sir, to secure for Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies and other corporate entities a minimum level of business across various categories of inputs to be procured or otherwise employed by companies, licensees, and contractors operating in the oil and gas sector. And so, for the benefit of the broader and general Guyanese public, the bill lists in its first schedule 40 categories, 40 sectors and subsectors of business activity, starting from rental of office space, accommodation services, equipment rentals, pipe welding, etc., all the way down to local marketing and advertising services, public relations. And for each of those categories of goods and services, for each of those sectors and subsectors, the bill stipulates that by the end of 2022, all licensees, operators, contractors operating in the oil and gas sector must be buying a minimum percentage, and the percentages are listed. So in the case of rental of office space, operators in the oil and gas sector must buy a minimum of 90% of their inputs under that category from Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies. Now, you might ask, sir, why I belabor this point, and one might be forgiven for thinking that this is an obvious point, and why would I utilize my scarce minutes to explain that this is what this bill seeks to do. I do so, sir, for the following simple reason. That we can quibble, whether government and stakeholders, or government and opposition, or whoever else. We can quibble, sir, about whether it should be 90 or 95, or 95 or 100. We can quibble, sir, about whether it should be 5 or 10. But, sir, for every day that we quibble, oil and gas companies operating in Guyana are procuring goods and services without the obligation to procure those goods and services from Guyanese businesses. And so, one cannot possibly, in good conscience, and with a straight face and a credible voice, come to this house and say that one is concerned about Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies getting business from the oil and gas sector, but then simultaneously engage in every tactic and strategy that one possibly can to delay the enactment of this bill. The two, sir, don't go together. Because you know why? Even if this bill went to a select committee and came out of that committee after a month, during the course of that month, sir, oil and gas companies would have rented office space, they would have purchased accommodation services, they would have done surveying, they would have done pipe welding, they would have done local marketing and advertising, they would have procured local legal services, they would have procured accounting services, and Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals would have missed out on those opportunities. Sir, as a matter of fact, I heard commentary that we did this hurriedly. I heard, sir, somebody say, I think it was the honorable member, newly elected chairman of the People's National Congress, the honorable member, Mr. Sherwin Holder, who came here and almost in an accusatory tone said we did it in a hurry. Well, you know what? Yes, we did it in a hurry. We want to get it into the law in a hurry. Because we want Guyanese landlords to be able to rent their accommodation. We want Guyanese welders to be able to get welding business. We want Guyanese accounting firms to get accounting business. We want Guyanese lawyers to get legal business. So yes, we did it in a hurry. But of course, sir, the concept of moving swiftly to enact legislation that would secure the interests of Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals must, of course, elude a party in government who spent 5 years, I believe it was one of my colleagues on this side of the house who said it wasn't, I think they counted the days, how many days it was. Minister Walrand, I think it was, who said it. Sir, it wasn't 5 years after they came into office that oil was discovered. It was mere days. I think it was less than a week. 4 days, I think, was said. They spent 5 years, sir, and did absolutely nothing. I think somebody said it was a magazine that the honorable member, Annette Ferguson, was waving. I don't know whether it was a magazine or not. I'd be interested in seeing a copy of what was produced. Sir, the honorable member, Annette Ferguson, waved a piece of paper and said, we had a policy, a magazine, or a brochure, or a booklet. Beautifully printed booklet, but guess what? It did not have whatever it is, and whatever its contents might be. Whatever it is and whatever its contents might be, it did not have the force of law. It had no authority. It was unenforceable, and it did not protect the interests of Guyanese businesses and Guyanese nationals. So don't come to this house. Don't come to this house and wave your sterile magazine Don't come to this house and wave your sterile magazine that had not a shred of authority and that is perhaps not even worth the paper that it is printed on. Don't come and wave your sterile piece of paper. You want to see our policy? Our policy is written in law. And in another hour or two will be enacted by this National Assembly. And in a matter of days will be assented to by His Excellency the President. And immediately thereafter will be gazetted in the National Assembly, brought into law, made operational, have the force of legal authority, be binding on operators, and be beneficial to Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies. So don't come here and speak condignly that we are in a hurry. We are in a hurry to work in the interest of Guyanese people. And we have... Let me drink some water. Sir, today, this was not the moment. This was not the moment. Frankly speaking, it would not have been difficult, sir. It would not have been difficult for us to speak unanimously as a House and say, look, it might be 90 or 95, but if we're going to get 90, let us secure the 90 for Guyanese businesses. It wouldn't have been difficult to say so, sir. Today, sir, was not the moment for cheap partisan politics. Today was the moment for each of us to stand up and demonstrate to the world whether we do or do not stand on the side of Guyanese people, Guyanese nationals, and Guyanese companies. Sir, the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, spoke with great aplomb. Sir, he spoke with great aplomb. And he said he would like this bill to be referred to a special select committee, and then with aplomb, he then said, we are willing to work 24/7. Sir, we had an agreed meeting at 9:30 this morning. Don't bother about 24/7. Sir, don't bother about 24/7. Bother about 9:30 this morning. We don't want 24/7. We only needed half an hour this morning to discuss his amendments. We had a half an hour meeting this morning confirmed by the Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira with the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for 9:30. We all came here. Now, I don't know, I hear there's some speculation about whether the newly elected leader of the PNC instructed that the meeting should not happen. I don't know whether that is the case or not.
Yeah, but Honorable Minister, he's not here to defend himself. So
I withdraw, sir.
Thank you.
I withdraw, sir. But it wasn't by any stretch of the imagination my intention to be accusatory. I was saying I don't know if he did or didn't.
yeah, he might be soon though. Who knows?
Sir, I would not be inclined, sir, to speculate on whether he would or wouldn't. My concern, sir, is that you have a member of this House coming here and grandstanding about 24/7 and all sorts of things, dramatic things. All we needed was half an hour, sir. And you know what we wanted that half an hour to do? To discuss their amendments. Not to discuss our amendments. We received yesterday notice of some amendments proposed by the opposition. We went through those amendments diligently and worked until late last night, as the Honorable Attorney General said. We examined each of them. And as can be demonstrated by the amendments that we have since tabled through my distinguished colleague, Minister Barrett, having considered the merits of their amendments, we're happy to take on board most of those amendments. And we have tabled those amendments. Instead, sir, instead of engaging with us to discuss those amendments, we were greeted, sir, with an opposition that once again, when it mattered most, was missing in action. Because, sir, when it comes to protecting and serving the interests of the people of Guyana, that is their customary behavior. They go AWOL. They go missing in action. They were missing in action, sir. And so, sir, I know that we are severely constrained for time. There is much that I would like to say. I want simply to make this point, that this bill seeks to write into law that oil companies, licensees as the bill calls them, and their contractors, this law binds those operators, licensees, and their contractors to buy a minimum percentage of their inputs across 40 sectors from Guyanese companies and Guyanese business and nationals. And that, sir, can only, in my mind, be a good thing. I want to say, sir, too, that, like I said, I see you gave me a signal about time, so was it 5 minutes, sir, that you were saying? I thought, or 15? Very well, sir. And so, much was said about transparency. Let me make something needs to be, something apparently is lost in translation. This bill is about procurement by the oil companies. And it requires, for the first time, mandatory public procurement. It requires mandatory filing of local content action plans, annual plans that include an employment subplan, a procurement subplan. An employment subplan, incidentally, is about jobs for Guyanese people. A procurement subplan is about business opportunities for Guyanese people. And then thirdly, an issue that featured frequently in the comments made by some of our colleagues on the other side of the house about capacity by Guyanese businesses, by Guyanese companies to take advantage of these opportunities. The plans that are required to be filed by these companies include a subplan that is dedicated to local capacity development, recognizing the importance of building local capacity. Sir, like I said earlier, this was not the moment for empty rhetoric. I heard the honorable member, Mr. Schuman, refer to participation by our indigenous peoples, and we couldn't agree more. We agree as fully as we possibly can. My submission, sir, is that this bill has been circulated before this House for about 2 weeks. It's been in the public domain. The honorable members clearly had the time to reflect on what amendments they wanted. They submitted a list of amendments. I don't see Mr. Schuman submitting any amendments in relation to including indigenous peoples in this bill. I don't see a single amendment submitted by Mr. Schuman on indigenous people, but yet he comes here today. Let Mr. Schuman say he had an opportunity today, sir, to table specific amendments, just like the honorable member David Patterson did, and just as we considered his amendments. If the honorable member, Mr. Schuman, was sincere about serving and representing the interests of indigenous peoples, he was welcome to submit specific amendments, which he did not do, but instead chose to come today and engage in a general waffle with no concrete or practical suggestions of how this bill can be enhanced. And that, sir, is the note on which I will end. There is, sir, a well-known saying that has its origins in the writings of a French philosopher. I will not say it in French, I'll say it in English. And that is to say that we should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We, sir, have a bill that represents not only a good start, but an excellent start. This bill, sir, represents an excellent start. This bill, sir, will secure business opportunities for Guyanese nationals and Guyanese businesses. But instead of supporting this bill, our friends on that side of the House are saying, don't pass the bill, stall it. We are not satisfied. They're not satisfied with the 5-year delay that they themselves inflicted on the people of Guyana. They're not satisfied with the 5-year delay occasioned by their failure to enact local content legislation. They want to stall this very good, dare I say, this excellent bill even longer in pursuit of some notional perfection that they believe exists out there. And so I submit to you, sir, that this represents a classic case
Mr. Speaker,
of the perfect being made
Speaker,
the enemy of the good.
Rise on a point of order.
A point of order.
Yes, sir. The Honorable Minister is putting my character in disrepute by stating that I am lying. I would refer the Honorable Minister to the comments furnished on draft number 1 to the Honorable Vikram Bharat.
Honorable member, again, just repeat the point of order. Standing order, but if it's a point of clarification, explanation, unless the Honorable Minister gives way for you to take the floor, I will not allow it. Honorable
Mr.
Minister,
Speaker, I have
continue.
absolutely no problem with Mr. Schuman making his point. Please be my guest.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Minister will give you a chance.
I thank the Honorable Minister for the opportunity, and I wish to refer the Honorable Minister to draft 1 of the local content bill, policy. When it was furnished, that we provided comprehensive review, sir, to the Honorable Minister Vikram Bharat, who at the time was responsible for the bill. And I would refer the Honorable Minister that if there is an opportunity to look at the input that we had, to go back to that initial draft, to contextualize my input into this debate. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I'll give you back your 2 minutes to conclude.
And I will use those 2 minutes, sir, to repeat what I said earlier. If the honorable member, Mr. Schuman, Deputy Speaker, wished to propose a specific amendment to this bill, if he wished to submit a specific amendment to this bill, sir, he was perfect as it would have related to the interests of indigenous peoples. Sir, he was perfectly free to do so. I have perused, and I have tumbled, not once but twice, my parliamentary papers, and I can't find any amendment proposed by Mr. Schuman. None. So this is mere grandstanding and empty rhetoric. This is mere posing, sir. I hear the word pamphleting. It's a word that I have used in this house before. I don't want to overuse it. But, sir, this is mere posing. I will conclude, as I was about to do, sir, by saying once again that we have before us not just a good, but an excellent piece of legislation that serves and secures the interests of Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies. And I urge the opposition, sir, to demonstrate that they are actually concerned about ensuring that Guyanese nationals and Guyanese companies get an optimal share of the business opportunities and employment opportunities that are available in our new and emerging oil and gas sector. I urge them that there is yet time to demonstrate that they're standing on the side of the Guyanese people by voting, when the opportunity presents itself shortly, in favor of this Local Content Bill 2021. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Mark Phillips, to make his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill number 21 of 2021 that was presented to this House by my colleague, Minister of Natural Resources, Minister Vikram. Mr. Speaker, I will not want to read what is in here for everyone. Everyone should have read this bill. And based on what I'm hearing from the opposition, there's need for them to reread the bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill long in the making. This is a bill that should have been presented to this House, by my reckoning, sometime in 2015, because we discovered oil sometime in 2015, just before election. We lost the election, but we won the last election. And that is the reason why this bill is now presented to the House, because we have an opposition that was in government but was marking time. Mr. Speaker, I can only go to their own minister comment in an article in Kaichur News 2 days ago. But before I do that, I would like to recall that 2,000 years ago, a Roman poet by the name of Horace asked us to seize the day. And from that statement remains one of the oldest philosophical mottos in Western history. I submit that we have an opposition who failed to seize the day when they were in government. And I said again, this bill should have been presented to this House since 2015. The fact that you did not present this bill, and the fact that you come today to debate this bill without reading it thoroughly, is like adding insult to injury, self-inflicted injury to you, the members of the opposition. And if I should go further, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned 2 days ago, your own former minister, the Honorable Carl Greenidge, in an article where he was interviewed, mentioned that ad nauseum, he asked the Granger government to come up with a master plan for oil and gas. And if you could go to the minutes, I'm not going to read the article. It's in yesterday's paper. If you go to the minutes of their cabinet meeting, you would see over and over again, he keep telling and advising his colleagues to come up with a master plan for oil and gas.
And you know what? He went on to say a few things. And perhaps if I read this part, it describes the opposition clearly. You need to have vision, he said. If you have no vision, you will go where a chaotic market and chaotic actors in the community take you. So we have a situation where we have an opposition who, when they were in government, exhibited no vision for oil and gas. The companies were drilling and they were finding oil. And we had a government that sat down from 2015. I don't know if I could say thumb or bum in the House, Mr. Speaker. They sat on their hands and they did nothing. No vision. They printed a magazine, I'm corrected, by my honorable colleague on the other side who showed the magazine. They printed a magazine. And now we are told that that magazine, it was their policy on oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, that was just a magazine for light reading with a glass of wine or a cup of coffee. That was a magazine for dreamers. That was a magazine for people who were visionless. The world, the oil keep turning and the oil keep pumping, and they were dreaming, reading their magazine. And now they come in this house to tell us that that magazine was their policy. Mr. Speaker, this today will become law, and this will become policy. This will guide us in ensuring that the people of Guyana share in their patrimony, share in the resources that all of us has been long waiting for to transform our lives. We promised 50,000 jobs in our manifesto. This is an opportunity to help us create those 50,000 jobs for all the people of Guyana. This is an opportunity for all Guyanese to get into the business of oil and gas. The oil and gas is Guyana oil and gas. It is Guyanese oil and gas. We must benefit, and that is what this bill is telling us. That is what this bill is protecting for all the people of Guyana and promoting for all the people of Guyana to get into the business of oil and gas and benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us to take corrective action. And all the people of Guyana are dependent, quite rightly so, on us, the PPPC government, to take those corrective actions. Seize the day. This will be passed today. This will become law. This will promote business in Guyana for the people of Guyana to get involved in business and create employment for more of the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of the opposition reconsider your demand to send this bill to a select committee and vote for this bill today. Vote for this bill today, because this, along with the other bill to come, are the two pillars on which we will build the oil and gas master plan that your former minister quite rightly spoke about. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned before, we first discovered oil in 2015. Oil. in 2015. And we had forced oil, the forced production in 2019. And for you to come to this house today and ask us to send this to select committee is adding insult to the injury that you already caused to yourself. The people of Guyana want this bill to be passed today. And, Mr. Speaker, I will end by asking us not to fail to seize the day and pass this bill today. Mr. Speaker, when the local content bill is signed into law, the Minister of Natural Resources, I can assure you, will move swiftly, immediately, to set up and operationalize the local content secretariat. And that secretariat will be responsible for the monitoring of the companies involved in the oil and gas sector to ensure their adherence to the local content law and to ensure all Guyanese benefit from oil and gas as we know it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I could not have seen better grandstanding, as was exhibited just now, by both Mr. Rashni Singh and our Honorable Prime Minister. I want to make the point that is well known across this country, that this country has an extraordinarily polarized community. And one thing that brings at least an element of diminishing that polarized status is at least an acceptance by the government of that which is necessary in this parliament, and that is to allow the opposition to bring what is called their viewpoints in relation to this bill in a special select committee. It has not been an unprecedented thing. You were there, I think, Mr. Speaker, when it took 3.5 years to get the Procurement Commission going, the Procurement Bill, Procurement Act. 3.5 years. No, we don't want that. We are stating, because by virtue of your admission as to the amendments, you are saying that the thing has lacuna inside. Only half a night, certain admissions are now being made that the bill is not complete, and you had Parliament in a way that was not being held for a number of months, and you just don't want to give another month in a parliamentary committee to ensure that that which could have been overlooked be brought here. Obviously, you overlook the fact of the amendments that you endorse. You did bring a bill, as was mentioned by David Patterson, Honorable Member, on the 15th of December. This bill, as mentioned by Ms. Onig Waldron, Honorable Member, is something transformational. I agree. It is a landmark bill. But inside of Christmas holidays and Boxing Days and everything, along with 2 other major bills, you just allowed us 14 days, and you want, what is the transplanting of organs bill, the Natural Resources Fund bill, and you do not want those transformational bills to at least be given an opportunity for purposes of looking over to scrutinize that which we found in a very short space of time. There are a lot of elements in this bill, and some were mentioned by my honorable colleague, Mr. David Patterson. It is a bill that is by nature going to discriminate in favor of our local Guyanese. And it is important. We are not saying that we are objecting. What it is that we are saying is that there obviously would have been things overlooked or explanations not given, especially to the opposition, because you can read a bill and you can understand it one way. What you do in a special select committee, and it will take a short time, is to explain some of these concepts and why the definitions did not include a number of other things, why operators are not inside there, as was explained by the Attorney General to me outside. And it is important that we understand that. And by virtue of that, we then come here and have consensus and unanimity. But you know what? They are saying and grandstanding of the highest order that they love the local Guyanese business community, the local service providers, to the extent that nobody else in Guyana wants to love. It is something that is so shallow and empty. And to say that we are quibbling, and whilst quibbling, all the contracts being awarded, what is that? Do you understand that there is the politics of this country, by virtue of the opposition not being there in relation to a consensus arrangement for a transformational bill, would it be wrong to just ask that it go into that select committee? Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is not as if, and you know, they come here and they say, we didn't do nothing for 5 years, we didn't do nothing for 5 years. We did a major policy on Guyana's sectoral local content policy, it's called. And starting not from scratch, they did their bill. I am absolutely certain there are contents here that came from the local content policy that they, please, the fact that you talk about contractors and a whole lot of other things, we have that here. And moreover, this thing, a whole lot of people were consulted in it. Every single relevant institution were consulted, and all over the place, including civil society organizations and all the oil and service companies, ExxonMobil, Guy Oil, Tullow, Total, Repsol, everybody. And so it is important then to understand that, you know, this habit of them, nothing happened. You had a Natural Resources Fund Act that was in accordance with the Norwegian, we will come to that. Nothing happened in the oil sector. You had a policy document. And by the way, Trinidad with 100 years of oil production didn't have a bill or an act. They controlled it by virtue of what is called a policy statement. And it is important. I agree. And we are saying that it is important that we have an act. But we are saying, why not just allow us to have a period of time in a special select committee with a deadline date that it be brought back here, so that all that which we managed to find during the holidays and all of that, knowing that you got 4 or 5 bills that are big bills, we still can find some other things that we can put inside here. And that is all we're asking for. Mr. Speaker, it is important too, as was mentioned, it is fortunate because of signing the production agreement that we are seeing all of this happening here. You know, when the oil was found and a production agreement had to be made, one set of gallivanting and pomposetting from the opposition, how they're going to renegotiate and all of that. And they had a model under which we adopted and even got 1% more royalty. All of that, they are not talking about what we did. It is because of APNU AFC government signing a production agreement that they now could be inside of this halo and to indicate that they're the ones, as you know, doing all the good things, and as if we never did anything whatsoever. They could say whatever they want. Well, renegotiate it. You're talking about sanctity of contracts now? Renegotiate it. No, but that is the laughable matter. And with all the other considerations that were taken into account for us to ensure that the production agreement happened, they are now coming with all of this as if it was not that initial agreement that is now going to benefit Guyanese. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, it is an important act. It is an important act to the extent that, yes, we will have local content. But it is an act that still has, in my view, certain flaws which will be remedied by a period of time in a special select committee. And it is in regard to that I urge that this be sent to a special select committee. Mr. Speaker, take, for example, the same thing about not wanting the National Two Shouts Council, the Bar Association, the parliamentary opposition, and all of those. They are now bringing it as an amendment because it was brought by us. And what we would like to see happen is a period of time that obviously there can be other amendments that they would like to also put in, because they are indicating too that they have two other amendments. So with all the work that they said that they were doing and that they're doing, you still got 12 amendments coming here today. And we are indicating that this is not how you do a major transformational bill. You do not. The oil sector in Guyana is going to be almost 10 times bigger than the other revenue streams that we had. Gold, bauxite, rice, sugar, and all of that. And it is important that when we deal with local content and all the nuclear effect of that kind of businesses that will be created, ensuring that Guyanese, especially resident Guyanese, benefit, that we make sure we get as near to perfection as possible. Look what we had, 10, 12 amendments in a short period of time, with all the constraining factors of holidays and other bills to deal with. Why not? And knowing very well that unanimity and consensus is important. So I am urging, Mr. Speaker, that indeed this bill be we do have that time period. It is because we didn't have the time period that I might be in a position not to state what it is. So you don't just come here and you throw a bill on top of our desks and you go back and you say, well, I give you 14 days, and you say that it is transformational and all of that. What kind of politics is that? That is controlling politics. That is partisan politics. And we do not want that kind of politics here. The last time we were here to debate bills, we had gone through a number of them because, quite frankly, almost all of them came from our government, those ones that we had. And we saw that they were brought here, we supported them. I cannot believe that you have here now a bill that could very well be bettered not being allowed to go through that process to ensure the Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, the clause dealing with the Local content means monetary value of inputs from the supply of goods or the provision of services. I would like to see provided or supplied from a place of business in Guyana by Guyanese. Put in that to ensure that the business here is in Guyana, even if it's 90% or 100% as we were asking for. That was excluded. So you could have some Guyanese having a business somewhere else. It must be specific, provided or supplied from a place of business in Guyana as an amendment. Why? Well, whatever it is, you're now reading this thing here, and a lot of loopholes and lacuna is in it. But you're now going to jump and say, well, this is the best we have. Take, for example, there is also when we indicated that also we should have no contractor or subcontractor of license C shall enter into a contract in excess of 3 years. That's an important, I don't know why, was that amendment? This amendment was put in. Okay, that one was put in. They haven't agreed to it. Oh yeah, they haven't agreed to it. Yeah, so what are you trying to say? In relation to 17, separately certified by a director and independent auditors for section 17. It is important, just like you, well, we have a new speaker here. Just like you have been mentioning, we need all of these to be impacted on a bill that is going to be transformational. Not only the version or the vision of the members here now. Separately certified, I would love to see that, separately certified by a director or an independent auditor. Whenever you're doing this contractor within the 45 days of commencement of the calendar year and all of that. And of course, as we mentioned here, we want to see not the control of the ministers and all these members appointed, selected from these government agencies. They could come from a lot of other places. But you know, the PPP government, Mr. Speaker, has an extraordinary distrust for civil society. That is why they deleted it in the Natural Resource Bill, and may come to that. They do not want to expand democracy. They do not want to be more inclusive. They minimize them, and they go back to their ministries, and they will get a set of officials who are going to tell them their thing, and especially things that they want to hear, and then they will control the thing like that. Mr. Speaker, the providing of the oversight of the Secretariat with its discharge of its further and provide the minister, all of these things, and this is in the same section 20, the interagency, which I understand they have renamed Local Content Oversight Committee in accordance with it. But this is important too. And then I want also to make an argument that this act, when it comes into being, must have it that whatever contracts and obligations that were already made by contractors and subcontractors under any Petroleum Exploration Production Act and so on, should be given priority. That is, this act should be given priority over those. Because we could have a conflict in relation to the Petroleum Act and the contracts that were given there. And what we can see is that local content now is going to be derogated from as a result of those contracts, to the extent then that for many of the businesses and many of the contractors and many of the local people, they can't get contract. So if an amendment or put in something like 27, Section 27, this act does not derogate from any obligations of contractors, subcontractors, or other persons under the petroleum exploration, provided where there is a conflict, this act shall prevail, or some such draft. Because what we can see is that even if another contractor now, or oil company finds oil, and it starts dealing with a contract with the contractors and subcontractors and all of those, they could say, well, under the Petroleum Act, we are free to do that, and there can be a conflict, something akin to when we have subterranean rights by the Land Commission Act, Amerindian Act, Forestry Act, and so on. Which one takes precedence? It is important that we deal with that, because there can be derogations as a result. And so I am urging that all these are serious matters. One of the most serious matters we have is that one with CARICOM. We have entered a treaty arrangement with CARICOM. Treaty of Chaguanas? Chagaramas, I said Chaguana. Chagaramas. And it has certain clauses in there. But as I indicated, that this thing is important to the extent that that is going to be a violation of the Treaty of Chagaramas. Mr. Speaker, how do we get around that? It is as if, you know, that is not countenanced, that is not contemplated as a big issue, especially in the context when we went to court from Surinamese companies and had to pay them big money. And the cement company, what's the name of the cement company? TCL, and had to pay a lot of monies. What it is about a month delay to ensure that we can get that right. No, but they don't care. They say, well, this is it. We want this and we're going to get this. Mr. Speaker, they would like me to sit. I will take my seat. But the trouble is that don't come thinking very puerilely that this is a good bill when the opposition would like to have some time with it, just like it did. No. It has certain flaws I can see, but which could very well be explained away. Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, we want our local Guyanese to benefit. We want local Guyanese, and that is why we did a policy statement on the issue in 2019. And that is important because, as I said, we went international and got the best ingredients to make up this policy. It is very, very important that this set of policy objectives and the core principles that are taken from this policy statement also be incorporated in a bill. I do not see that, and especially in the context of simply saying that we're going to give certain percentages which obviously could be increased. We are not going to, in an ad hoc manner, talk about why it shouldn't be 100%. You come here today and you admit that at least one of the amendments, you could carry it up to 100%. Again, why? So it is important then that you don't grandstand. You don't do that here. And when an opposition in its entirety is asking for some time for you to grant. So indeed, we are urging, Mr. Speaker, that this bill be sent to a select committee for further perfections and explanations in relation to a lot of things that we find that is not in it, and which obviously would require some expert advice to at least fill up so that we can still have a better bill. 1 month is not too long a period of time for us to report back to you with the bill. And if you feel that you took so long a time, Parliament was not being met and so on for 68 days and whatever it was, you just did not meet. Yet you now come in and say, oh, we got to deal with this bill right away. What kind of business is that? Mr. Speaker, I urge again, let this bill basically be sent to for further clarification. There is another point I wish to make. You know, when we made the appeal thing, that if an applicant is refused, we have a review and an appeal board. The impression given by the Honorable Attorney General is that you can go to court. But almost all major transformational bills have had a review board. Public procurement, you got an appellate board that you could go to. You don't go to court right away. You see it also in the Public Service Commission. You have an appellate tribunal that you go to. And indeed, you don't go to court. Court is an extremely costly, difficult exercise. And why is it that we can't have an administrative appellate board that can deal when, let's say, a person is wrongfully not granted a license under this act? So please, to state all of these things, as the Attorney General has mentioned, it is important that we talk to them about it, that it has happened in very many other acts, all these review boards. Even in the firearm license, you could also apply to the president if you feel that the board or the minister was wrong. You know, of course I know that. But the whole point of it is that to say that, look, you got the court, and you didn't. Honorable member, you should not have stated that. And to say that we are going to have a major bureaucratic nightmare with all these things and all of that. Look, Mr. Speaker, democracy at its best is bureaucracy. You need that check and balance. Democracy is bureaucracy. And if you don't feel that it is necessary, well, you can go right ahead. But it is important that there be checks and balances on a minister and a secretariat. That is important for purposes of ensuring that all these Guyanese benefit. And it's better we get it right than get it wrong. And if a delay of a month can solve the problem and we come back here consensually, that is good politics. So I urge that that be done here in that context, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now we call on the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank my colleagues on the government side for their presentation in defending and presenting to the people of Guyana the local content bill and the benefits that will be derived from such a bill after its passage today in this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank the members, the opposition who spoke, regardless of the grandstanding and the usual act of trying to gain cheap political points using the local content bill. We heard members on the opposition side spoke of glowingly and with care now of sole traders, of small businesses. This is the very opposition that was in government for 5 years from 2015 to 2020 and did nothing for the small business operators. We heard many comments about the indigenous people, but I wish to state, Mr. Speaker, that the indigenous communities and the hinterland regions would have developed the most under the People's Progressive Party civic administration. And not a single village, as was mentioned by the Honorable Ferguson. We are speaking about over 200 villages that would have experienced development under our administration. And we do consider indigenous or Amerindians as Guyanese. So when we come and we speak about benefits to Guyanese, we mean all Guyanese. We mean all Guyanese. Our Amerindian brothers and sisters Afro-Guyanese, Indo-Guyanese, every single Guyanese will benefit from the local content bill. In this schedule, we have food supply. 75% of it will come from Guyana. It means that our farmers, indigenous farmers, their produce will go offshore and they have PSO. They will benefit from this. Today we have indigenous people who are welders, who are engineers, and who are in the professional field and not only farming only. So the bill is designed to ensure that every single Guyanese benefit regardless of ethnicity, regardless of where you live. And that is the point that we wish to make, Mr. Speaker. It is for Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan, was trying to say when they negotiated for an extra % of royalty. Mr. Speaker, we have probably one of the worst production sharing agreements in the world. And the Honorable Member is here boasting about negotiating for one extra %. 1%, Mr. Speaker, when countries are enjoying 5 and 7%. The Honorable Member is boasting about a lopsided PSA with 2% royalty, and we had to negotiate. We had to negotiate. It was such a difficult task to renegotiate for 1%. So, Mr. Speaker, we should not use these opportunities to grandstand and to gain cheap political points. This is a bill that should have shown nationalism. It is a bill that should have shown patriotism. But yet people come to the National Assembly and try to gain a few cheap political points, or try to outdo yourself in the opposition because maybe you're running for General Secretary and Chairman position soon. So you try to outdo your own. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about consultations. And the Honorable Member waved our magazine. I would like to know if that magazine, if in the crafting of that magazine, if any consultation was done with the then opposition. That magazine, Mr. Speaker, was published in January 2020, a mere few weeks while we were preparing for election. January 2020. The government took office in 2015 when we discovered oil. And 1 month before the next election, they published this magazine. And if you read that magazine, Mr. Speaker, it speaks more about benefits to the operators and not to locals. So it is more of a foreign content policy and not much of a local content policy. Mr. Speaker, and the Honorable Member is waving it, and is asking what we have done. Mr. Speaker, we have a local content bill in the National Assembly right now that we will pass in a few minutes from now. That is what we have, Mr. Speaker. A bill that will go into legislation and compel, not to depend on the goodwill of oil companies or contractors, but will compel them to do business with Guyanese. That will compel them to employ Guyanese in the oil and gas sector. That is what we have. Today in front of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, all the members on the opposition side has called for this bill to go to a special select committee. But there is a fear among us. In the last Parliament, I can recall the Petroleum Commission bill going to special select committee. I can recall the Animal Welfare bill going to a special select committee. I can remember the Food and Safety bill going to a special select committee. The Education bill going to a special select committee. And where are these bills today? Mr. Speaker, while the grass is growing, the horse is starving. And that is what you did. In 5 years, In 5 years, you did nothing. You did nothing to build out the architecture to manage the oil and gas sector. You have a magazine that you're waving that was printed in January 2020. January 2020, 1 month. 1 month before the election. 1 month before the election. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't trust the opposition when it comes to sending bills to a special select committee. Mr. Speaker, the local content bill is a working document. It is a living document. Nothing is stopping the opposition from making submissions from us. We will continue the consultation after this bill is passed in the National Assembly. This is not the end of it, Mr. Speaker. After it is passed in the National Assembly, it is a continuous process of consultation because we have committed ourselves to changing the schedule from time to time based on our capacity. Based on an improvement in our capacity, we have committed ourselves to changing that schedule. So obviously, Mr. Speaker, we will have to keep consulting with every single stakeholder, every single group in the country as we move forward, because it cannot be a static document. It must change, and we are committed to that. The mere fact that we have tabled this bill, it shows that we are committed to bringing benefits to Guyanese and Guyanese businesses. That is our commitment. So it is obvious, Mr. Speaker, that we're even further committed to ensuring that we increase targets as we build capacity. We add new services to the list as we build capacity, and we have more investments in the sector by local companies and local businesses. So that is our commitment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the question of the register, I'm not sure how is it that the honorable member could come up with the register and the master plan being more red tape or adding more bureaucracy to the process. The register will be compiled by the local content secretariat, 2 registers, one to deal with human resources, employment, and one to deal with business, goods and services. The local content secretariat is responsible for compiling that. When a business is registered, a person is registered with the local content secretariat, they will be given a certificate, which will be renewed on an annual basis to ensure that the information are updated and people are not fronting for any foreign companies. That is why we need to ensure that there are checks and balances. The honorable member termed it as being adding more bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the register, the honorable member Patterson mentioned that if a MyPaul or if a Sherrod show up to be registered, that as minister responsible for petroleum, I would look at the faces of the association and don't put them on the register. That is an acquisition. That is an acquisition. But then further, in the same proposed amendment by the honorable member, he's asking the very minister to set up a review committee. The same minister is asking to set up a review committee to review the person refusal. So it is contradicting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot craft bill for people who has sinister thinking, they think negatively, people who don't trust each other. We cannot build bills for that. We cannot set bills for that. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of a Guyanese, or a Guyanese should only qualify if he's born in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, are we saying that if 2 Guyanese leave the shores and they go to another country and they have children, and then they decide that we are going home back because our country is developing, that Guyana is getting better now, and they come home, are we saying that their children will not be qualified to do business with the oil companies? That is what the proposal is saying. That is what the proposed amendment is saying. That you got to be born in Guyana only to do business. And it is illegal and it is wrong, Mr. Speaker. It is illegal and it is wrong. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that the oil and gas sector will stimulate growth in the other sectors. And we have already seen that. We have already seen that. We have already seen in the tourism sector, right now it is difficult to get a hotel room in Georgetown because our tourism sector is booming. If you look at our agriculture sector and our Minister of Agriculture, agriculture has been doing better. So every single sector, Mr. Speaker, will enjoy growth because of the oil and gas sector, because our oil and gas will stimulate the growth in the other sectors. And Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that with this bill, Guyanese benefit from that growth. We want to ensure that as those sectors grow, Guyanese grow with it too. We know that the bill is a working document. We know that targets will have to be adjusted. That is why we will continue consulting. We will continue consulting. And by a simple order, we will change that. We will change it based on capacity. But we can only know our capacity once we put it out. We can only know our capacity once we do a true assessment. There was no assessment done before, but this bill will help us. This bill will help us to truly assess our capacity in our businesses, and also what capacity building we have to do in terms of our human resources. That is what we will also achieve through this bill, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as a government, we are committed to working with every single stakeholder, even if it is the opposition, once they're serious in developing the oil and gas sector. Once they're serious in the development of the oil and gas sector, we are willing to work with them. And there was nothing stopping the opposition from making a submission to the government. We had over 1 year of consultations. We had over 1 year that there was the opportunity for the opposition to make a submission to us. What is wrong with that? If you're serious about the development of our people, if you're serious about the development of our people in our country, what is stopping you? You were elected by the people. So why didn't you make a submission? But you choose to come here today and cry about it. So that you can gain some cheap political points. Is that how you're representing your constituency? Is coming here and grandstanding more important than representing your constituency? Mr. Speaker, we got to be serious. We have to be serious about the development of our country and our people. And as a government, we are committed to that. We are committed to moving the sector forward in a transparent and accountable manner, and in a manner that every single Guyanese will benefit from the sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you, and I ask that the local content bill, Bill number 21 of 2021, be passed in the National Assembly with the amendments that was proposed by the government, and I ask that the bill be read for a third time. Thank you. Second.
Thank you for your contribution, Honorable Minister. That concludes the debate. And I now put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Local Content Bill 2021, Bill number 21 of 2021.
Thank you. The House will now resolve itself into committee to consider the bill clause by clause. We have a number of amendments to deal with. Some amendments from the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson, and amendments from the Honorable Minister, Mr. Vikram Bharat. Honorable members, I now propose the question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands. I put a question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
Clause 1 now stands part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Member.
Are you gonna? I just seeking your advice. How are you actually going to proceed? Because Clause 1 there was a proposed amendment.
Honorable members, yes. Clause 1
So
there was an
are you
amendment.
going to go through it and then come back to the amendments?
Honorable member, your 1 is actually Clause 2. Clause 1 just says this act may be cited as the Local Content Act 2021. So you're up next in Clause 2, interpretation. I now propose the question that Clause 2 stands part of the bill, and we have a number of amendments. Clause 2. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, yes, an proposed amendment was submitted, sir, that at the end of Guyana National, there's a semicolon we put by birth.
Mr. Speaker, we're at Clause 2. There is an amendment on the floor for Clause 2. Mr. Patterson is at Clause 6. Can we just do things in an orderly manner?
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson is on the floor for Guyanese National, which is on Clause 2.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment by Mr. Vikram on one of his documents is Guyanese Company that comes before Guyanese National. So could we please deal with the amendments in order?
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, yes, I think you're at Clause 2, and if I'm guided correctly, it has Guyanese Company by Mr. Vikram Bharat just before you, and then Guyanese Citizen after you. That's the observation the Honorable Minister is making. So I'm now again proposing the question that Clause 2 stands part of the bill, the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, you have an amendment, Guyanese Company, Clause 2.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Clause 2, by the substitution by definition of Guyanese Company of the following. Guyanese Company means A, 1, 2, B. B is any partnership between Guyanese nationals and a company constituted under subclause A in accordance with the Partnership Act. We can't do it barred by the bill, so barred to appeal I don't know why you pick that side up.
The proposal by the Honorable Minister is that the definition of Guyanese Company as contained in Clause 2, and I'm looking at Mr. Duncan, that section be replaced by a new section. Guyanese Company means A, any company going on to B. Am I putting that correctly, Honorable Minister?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Speaker.
So that's what is being proposed. I now put the question that the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Minister now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment now stands part of the bill. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I propose at the interpretation section where they have Guyanese national, sir, semicolon, you add by birth. Means a citizen of Guyana, semicolon. By birth is the proposed addition.
The proposal is that clause of the bill, Guyanese national means a citizen of Guyana, be amended by the inclusion of a semicolon and after that by birth. Honorable members, I can only go with what is before me, and the honorable member proposal reads this way.
Sir, what is meant, sir, that the semicolon would go after by birth? Sir, it could probably be a typo or a printer dot matrix printer error.
Okay, we consider the printer error before me. I now put a question that the amendment proposed by the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. Honorable members, we're going to have a little bit of tediousness as we go through the amendments to the clauses. Honorable members, I now propose that the remaining sections of Clause 2 stands part of the bill. I now put the question that the remaining sections of Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The remaining sections of Clause 2 now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those this is where it comes. Make this clause too, but this is where we go. Honorable Minister, the clerk is bringing to my attention your second set of amendments. It says arrangement of sections, Clause 2, Part 5. But I'm not seeing a Clause 2, Part 5. If you could help me there. I think it's Part 5. So Clause 2 is another printer's error. It should be Clause Part 5, right? Thank you. Honorable members, we are at Clause 4, and I propose the question that Clause 4 stands part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now propose a question that Clause 5 stands part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill. We are on to Clause 6, and here we have some amendments. And let's ensure we get them in order. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chairman, so we propose a new clause 6.2a, which states any Guyanese national or Guyanese company whose application has been refused has the right to appeal to independent review panel appointed by the minister, comprising of not less than 3 persons, one of whom must be from civil society.
It is proposed that we have a new Clause 6.2a as detailed by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Honorable Member, Mr. Minister Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 6. We're proposing by insertion immediately after subclause 8 of the following.
Honorable Minister, we're dealing with the proposed amendment, the inclusion of a new Clause 6.2a. So we're doing the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, which is the inclusion of a new Clause 6.2a. The question having been proposed, I now put the question that the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The amendment is rejected. Honorable members, I propose a question that clauses 6, 3, 4, 5, clauses 6, subsections 3, 4, 5 stands part of the bill. I put the question that subsections 3, 4, and 5 of Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those sections now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, I put the question that subsections 6, 7, and 8 stands part of the bill. I now put the question that subsections 6, 7, and 8 of Clause 2 now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those subsections now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, we have...
Mr. Chair?
Honorable members, we have 2 amendments.
Sir,
I will now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir.
To propose his amendment to include a new Clause 6.9.
6.9, sorry, immediately after it, a new clause 6.9.
Honorable Member, please, I propose a question.
Yes, I'm just for
Go ahead.
formality, yes, sir. That the Secretariat shall cause to be published, on a website of the Ministry responsible for petroleum or any other medium in wide circulation, the local content register, which shall be updated quarterly. That, sir, is our proposal.
Honorable Minister
Yes,
of
Mr.
Natural
Speaker, I'm
Resources.
proposing clause 6.9.
Sorry, my apologies, Minister. Just for formality, sir, don't you put one, and if it's passed or not, are you going to put, how are we going to be doing it?
But we are now dealing with the proposals. So let's hear the two proposals and then we'll put them one each. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that 9 reads, the Secretariat shall cause the local content register to be published on the website of the ministry responsible for petroleum or any other media of wide circulation.
Thank you very much. There are actually two different proposals. So I'll now come back to the proposal by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, and I'll put the proposal by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, that the new clause 6.9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson's amendment is defeated. I now put the question that the new clause 6.9, as proposed by the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment, as proposed by the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, according to the amendments I have before me, the next amendment would be a new clause 13.7. Noting that, I will put the question that clauses 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stands part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 7 to 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 7 to 12 now stand part of the bill. We're now at clause 13. And I propose a question that clause 13, sections 1 to 6 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, you want an inclusion of a new clause 7 in that section. Yeah. But if I put 1 to 6, I'll close it off, so you better introduce it now.
Thank you, sir. So guided, sir. We propose a new clause 13.7. A contractor, subcontractor, or licensee, without the written permission of the minister, acting on the advice of the Secretariat and the Local Content Oversight Committee, shall not enter into any contract in excess of 3 years. So, sir, that is the amendment we are proposing.
So let us take a step back now. I did propose that clause subsection 1 to 6 of clause 13 stands part of the bill. I now propose the question that subsections 1 to 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Now, sections 1 to 6 of clause 13 stand part of the bill. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Those sections now stand part of the bill. We did not put 7 as yet. I now propose the question as the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, has moved that there be a new clause 7, new subsection 7 on the clause 13. Mr. Patterson, again, just restate what your amendment is.
Sir, new clause 13.7. A contractor, subcontractor, or licensee, without the written permission of the minister, acting on the advice of the Secretariat and the local content oversight committee, shall not enter into any contract in excess of 3 years.
Thank you. That amendment was proposed. I now put the amendment by the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, that there be a new subsection 7. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clauses 14 to 19 stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses 14 to 19 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 14 to 19 now stands part of the bill. We're at clause 20. And there are 2 sets of amendments to clause 20. I'll first call on the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, to propose his amendments.
Sir, the amendment, the first amendment, sir, that we have is part 5, Roman numeral 5, and that we delete the words interagency committee and replace it with local government oversight committee. Thank you, sir. Local content, sir. Local content oversight committee. I apologize.
Five, you're saying? Part 5. Part 5. Okay. So now we have to be very careful. Clause 5, subsection 5, part 1, part 5. So part 5. So the proposal is part 5, the heading interagency committee, that be changed to local content oversight committee.
Memorandum that, by the substitution of the words interagency committee and the interagency advisory committee of the words local content advisory committee wherever it appears. We dealt with this already, we passed it, and therefore this supersedes what Mr. Patterson is bringing because it's exact section he's talking about now in his amendment, and we've dealt with that already. We passed that already, one of the first things we did here.
Mr. Chair, I mean, of course, we'll be guided by you, a long-standing parliamentarian, sir. I know I would have submitted my proposed amendments way in advance of the Honorable Minister and the government. So it has to be, sir, as far as I know, it has to be put. I don't know that they can pass an amendment that deletes all my proposals on block. But sir, you are the chairman of this committee.
Honorable members, I am old and slow, So I'll take it stepwise. So I now put the question that Part 5, Interagency Committee, as proposed, the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The proposal is defeated. We are now at clause 20 and 1.
Just, sir, just for correctness, sir, in my amendments, I put there is a proposal to put a new marginal note in part 5, sir. So you still have to put that, and of course, the government will do what they've been doing, reject it. But you do have to put it. I would assume, sir.
The proposal is that the marginal note be amended.
Yes.
To
right.
Local Content Oversight Committee. That's a proposal. I now put the question that the marginal note be amended. And that's the amendment by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is defeated. We're now at clause 21. We now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Minister of Natural Resources, Part 5, and the explanatory memorandum. You have an amendment, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proposing that by the substitution for the words Interagency Committee, the Interagency Committee, Advisory Committee, of the words Local Content Advisory Committee, wherever it appears.
No being on back. We now reach here. Honorable members, the proposal is for Part 5 by the Honorable Minister that wherever Interagency Committee appears, that it is substituted for Interagency Advisory Committee of the words Local Content Advisory Committee, wherever it appears. And I now put the question. Those in favor of that amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. So that takes care of the Part 5, the introductory amendments to Part 5 itself. We now go to clause 20 on the Part 5. And we have two amendments. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We propose to amend clause 21.
Well, that one we had disposed of, right?
Pardon?
We had disposed of that one, I think. Go ahead.
Sir,
go ahead,
clause
Honorable
21
Minister.
I'm referring to.
21, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. Proceed?
Yes, but I think
yes, there is to be established a committee to be known as the Local Content Oversight Committee. Thank you.
I now put a question that the Honorable Member is proposing Under Clause 21, that there be established a committee to be known as the Local Content Oversight Committee. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is defeated. Honorable Minister, you have some amendments on the Clause 21.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are proposing
But
that
Honorable Minister,
immediately after
just let me
fire.
hold you again. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson had an amendment to 22. 22, which would come before your amendment. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, we propose to amend Clause 22, sir, quite important for parliamentary oversight. The committee shall consist of not more than 7 members appointed by the President after nominations from the agency enumerated in 23 are deliberated on by the committees of appointment of the National Assembly. Sir, we put that.
I propose the amendment from the Honorable Member. I now put the amendment to Clause 22 by the Honorable Member. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is defeated. We are now at Clause 23. And there are 2 sets of amendments to Clause 23, one by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, and one by the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources. The Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We propose to amend Clause 23. I read it, sir. The member appointed to the committee shall be selected from the following agencies: A, Office of the President; B, Ministry of Labor; C, Private Sector Commission; D, National Two-Souths Council; E, Guyana Bar Association; F, Labor Union Representative; G, Parliamentary Opposition; H, Guyana Association of Professional Engineers; I, Transparency International Guyana, Inc., and J, yes, representatives of local petroleum organizations. Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, I propose the amendment as stated by the Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now put the amendment by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Vikram Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we propose Clause 20, subclause 3, that we insert immediately after paragraph O the following: P, National Two-Souths Council; Q, Guyana Bar Association; R, Parliamentary Opposition; and S, representative from local petroleum organizations.
This is not a funeral.
Honorable members,
This is not a funeral.
the amendment is proposed. I now put the question that the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources to Clause 20, subsection 3, be included in the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The amendment is carried. Honorable members, to Clause 24, we have also amendments. I call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, to move his amendment, to propose his amendment.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I propose the amendment for clause 24 as follows. The President shall appoint a chairman of the committee from amongst the members of the committee. Thank you.
The amendment by the Honorable Member Mr. Patterson is proposed. I now put the question. Those in favor of the amendment proposed by the Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment, the nays have it, the amendment is defeated. The Honorable Member, the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, you have an amendment to Clause 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subclause 4, we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, the deletion of the words "and a vice chairperson."
Honorable members, having proposed the amendment by the Honorable Minister, I now put the question that the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Minister stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is carried. The proposal now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, you have a proposal for a new 24A. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sir, we propose a new clause 24A, which states a vice chairperson of the committee shall be elected at the first meeting of the committee.
Honorable members, I now put the proposal that a new clause 24A as proposed by the Honorable Member Mr. Patterson stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. The Honorable Member Minister of Natural Resource, you have, I see you have an amendment to subclause.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
4.
We propose the insertion immediately after subclause 4. The following: a chairperson of the committee shall be elected at the first meeting of the committee.
Thank you. The amendment is proposed that after subclause 4, a new subclause 5 is included. I now put the question that the amendment proposed by the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, we have from the Honorable Member Mr. Patterson an amendment, clause 25. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sir, I propose to amend clause 25, which states the members of the committee shall be appointed for a term of 2 years, which term may be renewed by the President. Thank you.
Honorable members, the amendment is proposed. Honorable members, I now put the amendment that the new clause 25 be inserted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. That amendment is defeated. Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 20, subsection 6, forms part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. That subsection now stands part of the bill. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, you need to move that amendment proposed, the 4 by renumbering clauses. We need to put all of that.
Mr. Speaker, we propose the renumbering of subclauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 to subclauses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That amendment is now proposed. I now put the question that the renumbering of clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 to subclauses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The subclauses are now renumbered and will be included in the bill. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, you had an amendment, clause 27. That's your numbering. It has now been renumbered, but I'll still give you the opportunity to put your amendment, which is to the function of the committee to provide oversight of the Secretariat. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm proposing to amend what was previously clause 27 to read: the function of the committee is to provide oversight of the Secretariat in the discharge of the functions and to provide the Minister with recommendations. Thank you.
The question is proposed. I now put the question that the amendment proposed by the honorable members stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is defeated as the nays have it. Honorable members, we have 2 other amendments to this clause. The first is the original clause 28, and I call on the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, to propose that amendment.
Mr. Chair, I propose to amend clause, what was originally clause 28, to read: the committee may determine and document its own procedure for discharging its functions.
Honorable members, I now propose the amendment. Honorable members, I now put the question that the amendment stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we propose that in a new subclause 8, by the insertion immediately after the word capacity of the words, and to provide the Minister with recommendations.
Honorable members, I now propose the amendment by the Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the amendment as proposed by the Minister now stands part of the estimates. Now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment as proposed now stands part of the bill. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources.
Immediately after the word determine, of the words "and document."
The amendment is proposed. I now put the question that the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Minister to the new subclause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 21 and 22 stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses 21 and 22 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 21 and 22 now stand part of the bill. We're at clause 23, and I know there are some proposed amendments in front of us. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we propose that in subclause 3G, by the insertion immediately after the word "summary conviction" of the words "find of."
Honorable members, there is an amendment to subclause 3G, and I propose the amendment as moved by the Honorable Minister. I now put the question that clause 23 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amended clause 23 now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clauses 24, 25, and 26 stand part of the bill. I now put a question that clauses 24, 25, and 26 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those clauses now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, we move to the first schedule. And we have some amendments. And we have two sets of amendments, one by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, which is covering, I think, all of the different parts, 1 to 20. Am I correct, dear Mr. Honorable Member?
No, sir. I think on my amendments I would have indicated the number against the original, which I'm seeking to amend, sir. So it's not all. So if you look at my submission, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, etc.
Okay. And we also have some amendments that the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources would propose. Let us take the amendment to the first part of the first schedule by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, and he's proposing that items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 21, 26, 29, 30, 34, 35, 36, 39, and 40 be amended as he proposed. Thank you.
Sir, are you going just for completeness, sir? I thought you would have done like 1 to 5, then put 6. Or are you going to want to do it en bloc?
We do all of it.
Pardon?
We're proposing all of it. Yes.
Oh, sir, very good, sir. Sir, I'm proposing that Schedule 1.1, rental offices, move to 100%. 2, Schedule 1.2, accommodation and services, apartments and houses, sir, goes to 100%. 3, surveying to 90. 4, construction work for buildings on shore, sir, goes to 100%. 5, steel fabrication, which is structural fabrication, sir, cutting, bending, and assembling of steel products on shore, sir, that goes to 75. Waste management, disposal and water transportation service, non-hazardous waste to 100. Same waste management, hazardous waste, sir, 60. Schedule 11, or number 11 if you would, storage services, warehousing to 100%. Janitorial services is 12, sir, to 100%. Catering services, which is 13, there goes 100%. Pest control, exterminator services is 21, goes to 100%. Transportation services, A and B, trucking, ground and ground transportation, 100%. 29, industrial cleaning on shore, 100%. 30, security services, 100%. 34, local insurance services, 100%. 35, accounting services, 90. 36, local legal services, 100, sir. 39, engineering and machining, sir. I propose to subdivide them into engineering at 75, machining at 5, sir. And local marketing and purchasing service, advertising services, public relations, sir, to 100%. Sir, those were the proposed changes to the schedule.
Thank you, honorable members. We have the proposed amendment to Schedule 1, Part 1 by the honorable member. I now put the question that the proposed amendment stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. The honorable member, Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Vikram Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since the opposition did no consultation or assessment of capacity, we are proposing that number 34, that it be substituted with 90% to 100%. And number 35, by the insertion immediately after the words accounting services of the word local, and the substitution of 20% to 90%.
Thank you, honorable members. We now propose the amendment as moved by the honorable minister. I now put the question that the amendment as moved by the honorable minister stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment moved by the minister now stands part of the bill. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in the second schedule we're proposing, 1, by the substitution of the head note 1 employment subplans of the head note employment subplan. Part 2, in paragraph 1B, Roman numeral 3 of the employment subplan, by the insertion immediately after the words Guyanese nationals of the words including equal remuneration. Part 3, in clause 1A3 of the procurement subplan, by the renumbering of subclauses 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to subclauses AA, BB, CC, DD, EE, FF, and GG. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I propose the amendment as moved by the Honorable Minister to schedule the second schedule. Honorable members, I now put the question that the amendment proposed by the Honorable Minister to the second schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendments now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, we have now gone through the bill clause by clause and have made amendments. I, I now put the question that the bill, as amended, be reported to the national. The question is that the bill, as amended, be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Local Content Bill 2021, Bill number 21 of 2021, was considered in the committee clause by clause and was passed with amendments. I move that the bill be now read a third time and passed as amended.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Local Content Bill 2021, Bill number 21 of 2021.
Thank you, honorable members. This is a good time to take a suspension for 45 minutes.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupaluni and the Essequibo, bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, Cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one cries, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, we are now going to proceed with the Natural Resource Fund Bill 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 20 of 2021. Mr. Jones, you wanted...
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, this late hour, as it relates to this Natural Resource Fund Bill, it has come in for sharp criticism from political parties, organizations, churches, etc. Essentially calling for the government to delay the passage of this bill so as to allow wide consultation so that all of the Guyanese citizens can have an opportunity to contribute to this bill. Comrade Speaker, I believe that this bill is beyond us in this House. It speaks about the future of this country,
Thank you.
the generation.
Thank you,
With
Honorable
that,
Chief
Comrade
Whip.
Speaker, we ask that this bill be sent to a special select committee.
Honorable Chief Whip, I hear your comment. Your members will have ample opportunity to continue to make that plea. But as the standing orders go, I must now call on the Honorable Minister to move that the bill be read. A second time. Honorable Minister, Senior Minister in the Office
Mr.
of the
Speaker, we
President,
stand in objection to that bill.
with responsibility for finance. Honorable members, please allow the minister to continue. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones. I see you have 18 members standing.
Sorry, Comrade Speaker.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones, I'm asking you to have your members take their seat. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, Honorable Member, you have 18 members on your feet. I am not in favor of your move for this bill to be sent to select committee until I hear this debate. I'm asking you once again. If not, I will have to start calling on members. Honorable Member Mr. Jones, honorable members on the opposition, I am on my feet. I am on my feet, honorable members. I am on my feet. Mr. Duncan, the placard. Honorable members, I'm asking that the honorable members, Ms. Halley, Mr. Duncan, Mr. Cox, Mr. Mahipal, Ms. Ferguson to withdraw from the Assembly. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise, sir, to speak in support of the Natural Resources Fund Bill 2021. A bill, sir, that comprises the second installment of a two-part set of legislation aimed at improving significantly the governance of Guyana's new and emerging oil and gas sector. It would be recalled, sir,
Honorable Minister, I'm taking a short suspension. I'm taking a short suspension. Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, you may continue with your presentation on the Natural Resources Fund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, to move the passage of the Natural Resource Fund Bill, Bill number 20 of 2021, which is, sir, the second of two major pieces of...
Honorable Minister, one moment. Honorable members, Ms. Bess, Ms. Walton Desir, Ms. Natasha Singh, Mr. Vincroy Jordan, Mr. Mahi Paul, Mr. Christopher Jones, Mr. Charvain Holder, Mr. Sherrod Duncan, I'm asking you to withdraw from the Assembly. Continue, Minister.
Thank you very much, sir. As I was saying, sir, I rise today to move on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, the Natural Resource Fund Bill, the second of two major pieces of legislation critical for the governance of Guyana's new and emerging oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, this bill comes before this House after a robust debate on the local content bill. And it perhaps, sir, is of tremendous significance that the bill comes as it does after the debate on the local content bill. I say so, sir, because there are 2 or 3 critical issues that leaped to my leapt to my attention during the course of the local content bill, and which I believe, sir, are absolutely critical to the understanding of the public and parliamentary understanding of the context within which this Natural Resource Fund Bill is today being considered before the National Assembly. Sir, it could not have escaped any of our notice. The presentations made during the course of the debate on the local content bill, when in particular, during the course of our debate during the debate on the Natural Resources Fund Bill, it would be recalled that Mr. Kemp, the honourable member, it would be recalled that the honourable member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan, waxed lyrically on the importance It would be recalled, sir, that Mr. Ramjatan waxed lyrically on the importance of opposition input into the examination of the local content bill. The honourable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, argued fervently on the subject of excessive ministerial involvement in the local content bill. Sir, these 2 points are of absolutely critical importance and relevance for reasons that I will outline shortly. But most significantly, sir, I wish to highlight a point, that was made when we were debating the local content legislation. Sir, for 5 years after the AP and UAFC, for 5 years after they came into office, they did not bring to Parliament any local content legislation. They brought no local content legislation, sir, to Parliament. I wish, sir, however, to highlight certain critical events that arose during the course of November and December 2018. Sir, on the 15th of November 2018, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and now Vice President, former President Bala Jagdeo, submitted to the National Assembly a no-confidence motion. That no-confidence motion, sir, was submitted to the National Assembly on the 15th of November 2018. Sir, if we examine the history of the Natural Resource Fund Act that the AP and UAFC forced through the Parliament, their Natural Resource Fund Act was published in the Gazette rather suspiciously on the same day, on the 15th of November 2018. It was read, sir, in the Parliament on the 19th of November 2018. And I want, sir, for the world at large to consider those dates. A no-confidence motion was presented on the 15th of November. They read for the first time their
Natural Resource Fund Bill on the 19th of November. Sir, the no confidence motion was considered on the 21st of December 2018. And as we all know, that no confidence motion was successfully piloted through this National Assembly. The passage of a no confidence motion, sir, is expected to trigger certain events. In particular, it's expected to trigger the dissolution of Parliament, the resignation of the Cabinet, and the convening of an election within 90 days. Sir, instead of respecting the consequences of the no confidence motion, and instead of respecting the Constitution of Guyana, the APNU-AFC, then government, insisted on defying the Constitution, remained illegally in this Parliament, and came back to Parliament on the 3rd of January 2019 and forced through the Parliament a Natural Resource Fund Act. Sir, that Natural Resource Fund Act, in fact, is one of the most vulgar, and so we are witnessing now unprecedented vulgarity in the National Assembly of Guyana, consistent with the vulgarity of the Natural Resource Fund Act that the then APNU-AFC government
One second, honorable member. Hold 1 second. Hey, man, bring it to 1 second. No, that's okay. Honorable member, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, instead of respecting the consequences of the no confidence motion, the then APNU-AFC, a party that is currently engaging in thuggish behavior, unprecedented thuggish behavior in the National Assembly, stayed on in Parliament, refused to respect the Constitution of Guyana, and forced through the Parliament a natural resources bill that in fact embodied tremendous vulgarity. Indeed, sir, I will submit to you that that Natural Resource Fund bill was highly sinister in its timing, in its contents, and in its intent. And I want, sir, to speak about some of the sinister, devious, and deceptive contents of the APNU-AFC Natural Resource Fund Act. First of all, sir, the Act did not have any semblance of a governance structure. Indeed, sir, the Act vested all executive power and authority in a single individual, in the Minister of Finance. Sir, the Minister of Finance was granted power, was given the power to exercise the oversight of the overall management of the fund, to approve the investment mandate of the fund, to approve the investment policies of the fund, to appoint the investment committee, to appoint the macroeconomic committee, to appoint the investment analyst, to determine the economically sustainable amount, to determine the fiscally sustainable amount, and therefore, sir, to determine the amount that can be transferred to the budget. What you had, therefore, sir, was an absurd concentration of power into a single autocratic and all-powerful APNU AFC Minister of Finance. And the concentration of that power in their Minister of Finance is what explains why they forced their bill through Parliament at that time. In fact, sir, it offered also a significant premonition of the events that would transpire during 2019 and 2020, when they demonstrated a clear intent to steal the 2020 elections, remain in office, pilfer the Natural Resources Fund, pilfer and squander it. And so, sir, it was not an accident that this bill brought to Parliament after the no-confidence motion had been submitted by the Leader of the Opposition. It's not an accident that this bill concentrated power in the APNU AFC Minister of Finance. Sir, additionally, they sought to create a smoke screen. They sought to create a smoke screen to give the impression that there was some kind of governance and participation by civil society. So they established, sir, a public oversight and accountability committee. But that, sir, was a mere smoke screen, because if you examine the powers of that public, the functions of that public oversight and accountability committee, sir, that committee has no decision-making authority. The committee has no role to play in the governance of the fund in terms of making decisions or approving anything. The Public Accountability and Oversight Committee, the smoke screen that it was, solely played the role of monitoring and evaluation, ex post monitoring and evaluation and consultation. In other words, the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee was in fact just a passive a mechanism for passive observation of the management of the fund, rather than a mechanism to exercise effective governance, oversight, and management. In addition to that, sir, there were other fundamental defects in the APNU AFC's Natural Resource Fund Act. These include, sir, a formula to determine the transfer of funds from the fund to the budget that was designed to be opaque, to be devoid of transparency, to be infected with ministerial capacity to influence and infiltrate, and in fact, sir, is incomprehensible to the overwhelming majority of Guyanese. We have witnessed, sir, in the last few days, a lot of commentary about how much under the formulas, the simple and transparent formulas that we are proposing to introduce in our bill, we have heard a lot of commentary about how much money will be transferred under our simple and transparent formula. It is significant to note, sir, that not a single commentator has been able to indicate how much money would have been transferred under the APNU AFC formula. And the reason for that, sir, is that it was designed to be a mystery. It was designed to be mumbo-jumbo and hocus-pocus, the exclusive preserve of a dictatorial and autocratic APNU AFC finance minister, part of a dictatorial and autocratic APNU AFC government. And so, sir, those defects were not by accident. In addition, sir, their act created multiple opportunities for expenditure to be met from the fund without coming to Parliament. Expenditure in relation to fees for advisors, expenditure in relation to the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee, expenditure in a variety of items. We, sir, are proposing to outlaw that and to require every dollar that comes out of the fund to be appropriated by this National Assembly. And so, sir, I submit to you that it is not an accident that we are witnessing this disruptive and thuggish behavior by the APNU-AFC. Because this bill represents a dramatic improvement in transparency, in accountability, and in contributing to accelerated economic development in Guyana. And with those words, sir, I am honored on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, led by His Excellency President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali. I am honored, sir, to bring this bill to Parliament today, to submit it and to move at the appropriate time, that it be read the second time and subsequently be read the third time and be passed. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, honorable members. You may take your seats, please, honorable members. Take your seats. Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira.
I move that the question be now put, sir. That the question be now put and the bill be put to the vote. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now put to the vote for second reading. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Natural Resources Fund Bill 2021, Bill number 20 of 2021.
The House will now resolve itself into committee to consider the bill clause by clause. Honorable members, the House is now in committee. This bill has 47 clauses and 2 schedules. I will now propose the question that all 47 clauses and the 2 schedules form part of the bill. I now put the question that all 47 clauses and the 2 schedules form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Senior Minister, I will now put the question that the bill be reported
without being told what the economic growth for the year would be, what the fiscal revenues for the year would be, what the other competing calls on the existing fiscal space would be, that is to say what the other calls on expenditure would be. The National Assembly was required under this framework that was established by the APNU-AFC 2015 amendments. The National Assembly was required to vote blindly on the budgets of constitutional agencies. And in fact, sir, it would be recalled that the then Minister of Finance would come here with a recommended number, would offer no explanation about what was happening with growth or revenue or any such things, and would simply say, I'm recommending this number because of fiscal space. In fact, it would be recalled by those who were serving in that parliament that this became almost a standing joke. Fiscal space was the explanation proffered. Fiscal space, and you were expected to vote on the number. And sir, this perversity continued from 2015-16 onwards through 2020. And because that arrangement remained in place, it continued up to until very recently. We thought, sir, when we came back into government in 2020, we sought to correct that perversity by removing this absurd fragmentation of the budget and the budgetary process, and by restoring the unity, the integrated nature, the unity of the budget process by requiring the budgets to be brought to the National Assembly together, constitutional agencies and budget agencies. And so we brought to Parliament a 2020 amendment, 2020 or 2021 amendment, to the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act that sought to correct the perversity that was inflicted on the budgetary process by the APNU AFC 2015 legislation. And we did so, sir, I dare say, with considerable success. Indeed, the APNU AFC or some of their membership subsequently instituted legal action, went to court on this matter. And the learned judge pronounced on the enactments that were made both in 2015 and in 2021. I might be getting the year wrong. Is it 2020 or 2021? 2021. 2021, early 2021. The learned judge pronounced, and first and foremost, pronounced that the 2015 amendments brought by the APNU AFC violated and was in collision with the Constitution, and in particular the role ascribed and assigned to the executive in the budgetary process. And so the learned judge ruled definitively that a significant part, if not all, of the enactments in 2015 were unconstitutional. He went further, sir, and confirmed that the process that we had outlined in 2021 was almost entirely in conformity with the Constitution, preserved the executive and was consistent with the executive's role, respected the separation, respected the independence and autonomy of these entities. But he did make one observation, sir, and that is in relation to a single clause in our 2021 bill that listed these agencies as budget agencies, that listed these constitutional agencies as budget agencies. And so, sir, I should add to, that the learned judge in his decision pointed out to, that there existed certain lacuna in the budget process for constitutional agencies, which lacuna we are currently seeking to address. And so this 2021 amendment bill to the FMA seeks, sir, to do the following. It seeks to address the matter raised in relation to the inclusion of constitutional agencies as budget agencies. We are removing constitutional agencies from the list of budget agencies and giving them a special status as constitutional agencies. We are prescribing, as is required and mandated and expected by Article 222A, we are prescribing a process and a procedure to govern the submission, consideration and approval and execution of the budgets of these constitutional agencies. I believe, sir, we're seeking to do that through a new Section 80A and Section 80B in the FMA. And so, sir, what this bill seeks to do is hopefully finally to put to rest this matter of the treatment of constitutional agencies. This bill articulates a transparent process by which the budgets of constitutional agencies will be submitted, brought to Parliament, considered and approved, a transparent process by which their budgets will be executed, while at the same time respecting all of the other constitutional provisions as they relate to fiscal management, and most importantly, sir, and most importantly, preserves, respects, preserves, and reinforces the independence with which these constitutional agencies will be able to manage their finances. And so, sir, with those remarks, I wish to commend this Fiscal Management and Accountability Bill, were I to be availed an opportunity to speak again on the bill. Perhaps if our friends on that side of the House were to return to the House and discharge their responsibility, they didn't discharge their responsibility in government. You know, I made the point, sir, They didn't discharge their responsibilities in government, and they're not discharging their responsibilities in opposition. I made the point, sir, during the ruckus and cacophony that they inflicted upon this House, I made the point, sir, that when the no-confidence motion was passed, they didn't rush to Parliament to get local content legislation through the Parliament. They didn't. Sir, I made the point earlier, and would amplify it because of its relevance given their absence from the consideration of such an important bill. Sir, in 2020, when the no-confidence motion was submitted by the Honorable Vice President, the then APNU AFC government did not rush to Parliament with local content legislation. Might I perhaps refresh our collective memories? Sir, the no-confidence motion was submitted to this House by the Honorable Vice President on the 15th. I want honorable members to pay keen attention to these dates. With your permission, sir, these dates are important. On the 15th of November 2018, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition submitted a motion of no confidence, the 15th of November 2018. Sir, miraculously on the same day, the Natural Resource Fund Bill was published in the Gazette. Miraculously on the very same day, 15th of November 2018, very same day. That bill, sir, these dates are important to understand why the NRF bill was formulated in the manner that it was. That Natural Resource Fund Bill was read for the first time in this House on the 19th of November 2018. 19th, mind you, on the 15th of November, a no-confidence motion came. On the 15th of November, they submitted a bill too, and on the 19th, they stood up and read it for the first time in the Parliament. Sir, on the 21st of December 2018, that no-confidence motion was considered and passed in this Parliament. And it should have triggered a constitutionally specified sequence of events. But that constitutionally specified sequence of events did not happen. The cabinet did not resign, the Parliament was not dissolved, and an election was not called within 90 days. Instead, sir, the APNU AFC came back to Parliament on the 3rd of January. They were making a big hullabaloo about coming back at Christmas. Sir, with a no-confidence motion having been passed in this Parliament on the 21st of October, remember their hullabaloo about Christmas and New Year's, December, sorry. With a no-confidence motion passed on the 21st of December 2018, they came back, sir, on the 3rd of January 2019. If that is not indecent haste, sir, if that is not indecent haste, I don't know what indecent haste is. They rushed through the Parliament this Natural Resource Fund bill that is now the Natural Resource Fund Act. And when you examine that act, you get to understand the true reason why they were so anxious to rush it through. Sir, the pieces of the puzzle have to be put together. The discarding of 18 nominees for the chairmanship of GCOM. Not 6, not 12, 18. The unilateral selection of a nominee, the unilateral and unconstitutional selection of a nominee, an appointment of a chairman of GCOM. An appointment of a chairman of GCOM. The refusal to respect the no-confidence motion. The manner in which they exercised executive authority, inflicting hardship on thousands of Guyanese people, taxing them heavily. Sir, when one witnessed The manner in which the APNU AFC imposed and inflicted hardship on the people of Guyana, introducing VAT on water, VAT on electricity, taking away the grants to school children, taking away the subsidy on electricity and on water for elderly people, taxing medicines, taxing education. Sir, anybody who believes in democracy had to have asked themselves, don't these people believe they're ever going to face the electorate again? But clearly they didn't. Clearly they didn't, and they weren't planning to. When you put those pieces of the puzzle and then you add the following piece to the puzzle, you add a Natural Resources Fund bill, now Act, which, as I said earlier, vested omnipotent powers in their Minister of Finance. And for emphasis, with your permission, sir, I will repeat some of those powers. The power and responsibility for overall management of the fund. No board of directors, no 2 or 3 persons, no 5 persons. The minister shall be responsible for the overall management of the fund. The approval of the investment mandate, Minister of Finance. The execution of the operational agreement with the central bank, Minister of Finance. The hiring of the senior investment analyst, Minister of Finance. The appointment of the investment committee, Minister of Finance, plus naming quite a few of the members. The appointment of the macroeconomic committee. The termination of those appointments, sir. The determination of the remuneration for all of these people. The determination, sir, they make a lot of hullabaloo about the macroeconomic committee that they were setting up. They said they were planning to get apparently a Nobel Prize winner. Well, sir, this macroeconomic committee wasn't going to determine the economically sustainable amount under the Natural Resources Fund Bill Act. That macroeconomic committee was only making recommendations. The economically sustainable amount was determined in the opinion of the finance minister, in the opinion of the finance minister. Then they introduced another concept called the fiscally sustainable amount. And you know who was calculating the fiscally sustainable amount? The same Minister of Finance. And they set up an elaborate schedule to create the veneer, the smoke screen, to create this false veneer of rigor, the pseudo-intellectualism outlining benchmark petroleum revenue, production-constrained benchmark petroleum revenue, the fiscally constrained, fiscally sustainable amount. But guess what, sir? Throughout that formula, that elaborate formula, the Minister of Finance's judgment is everywhere, including, to give you an obvious example, to determine what benchmark production level would be, to determine what, and therefore, by extension, to determine what production constraint benchmark revenue would be, and in turn, therefore, to determine what the fiscally sustainable amount would be. And so the fingerprints of the APNU AFC finance minister was all over this natural resource fund. The fingerprints of the APNU AFC was all over this natural resource fund established under their Natural Resource Fund Act. And then, sir, they created another smokescreen, recognizing that the Santiago principles, the international standards by which sovereign wealth funds are guided and governed, knowing that the Santiago principles require a governing body to be involved in oversight and management of the fund, they created a second smokescreen, this Public Accountability and Oversight Committee. The only problem, sir, is if you read the functions and responsibilities of this committee has no decision-making authority. It is merely, its role is to monitor and to consult and to exercise external, for the greater part, exposed external monitoring. Passive ceremonial observation, creating the smoke screen that civil society will be involved in the management of the fund, when in fact, civil society would not be getting near to the management of the fund. The management of the fund was exclusively the preserve of their minister. But they created this smoke screen of this Public Accountability and Oversight Committee. And to add to the smoke screen, to enhance the smoke screen further, put 22 members. As a matter of fact, sir, I don't believe it is an accident that many of their committees have even numbers. If I'm not mistaken, sir, the investment committee their investment committee has 4 members and 2 non-voting members. Their public account, 4 members. Their Public Accountability and Oversight Committee had 22 members. Imagine, sir, yes, I hear somebody making, Honorable Mr. Siraj raises the point about rounding up and rounding down. Sir, one cannot help anybody, any one of us who has ever served on any committee, any one of us would know the perils associated with being on a committee with an even number. Sir, these committees were designed for deadlock. They were designed for deadlock. It's not an accident that the investment committee had 4 people. It's not an accident that the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee had 22 people. These committees were designed for deadlock. To expand even further the omnipotent powers, the omniscient reach of the APNU AFC Finance Minister. It wasn't an accident, sir. And so, sir, my submission, as I made earlier, is that this Natural Resource Fund represented an extremely ominous piece of legislation. I would go further, sir, to say that the APNU AFC Natural Resource Fund Act of 2019, with the overreach of its minister, with the absence of a governance framework, with an oversight committee whose powers are confined. And I emphasize, sir, the oversight committee cannot be a substitute for the board of directors. They are not one and the same. They have different roles. With the deliberately complicated and opaque formula to transfer resources from the fund to the budget, designed, sir, with the sole objective of opacity and obfuscation, designed to conceal and deceive, and designed to facilitate once again the sticky fingers of the APNU AFC Finance Minister. Or does that name belong to another one amongst their number? Sir, these features in the APNU AFC Natural Resource Fund Act were not by accident. They represented another piece in the puzzle, the GCOM puzzle, the taxation of people to death, the political persecution of political opponents, the unlawful and unconstitutional behavior, the ramming down the throats of the Parliament and the people of Guyana, a Natural Resource Fund Act, the pervasive powers of their minister. This NRF Act of 2019 was just another piece in the APNU AFC dictatorial design and intention. It was nefarious in its intent. It was nefarious in its intent. The 2019, the 2018 bill, the 2019 Act. Ominous, and dangerous for our country. We saw, for example, sir, in full view of the world, we saw the attempt to conceal an $18 million signing bonus. Sir, if they can try for hide 18 million, you imagine what they're going to do when hundreds of millions start to come in? They watched the people of Guyana in their faces. The same finance minister of the APNU AFC watched the people of Guyana in their faces and said, we neither received nor requested a signing bonus. When several months before that, a letter was issued by his ministry to the central bank to open a special account, to park the signing bonus and conceal it. Several months before that statement was made, a letter had already been written to open a secret bank account, to divert those monies which at that time belonged in the consolidated fund, and which at that time, expenditure from which at that time should have been and was required lawfully to be appropriated. Instead, they siphoned off the $18 million and hid it in a bank account. And met expenditure from it. Up to now, the people of Guyana don't know what expenditure they met from that. And they came up with all manner of stories. The story changed every time they were confronted. First, they didn't know. They didn't know who negotiated it. They didn't know who came up with the amount. They didn't know that there was a signing bonus. Then at some point in time, apparently it was a gift. You would recall the then finance minister saying he thought it was a gift. Then at some point in time, he said that the person who was negotiating on their behalf misled them. Misled them as to the nature of the payment. Sir, there is a letter from the Ministry of Finance to the central bank saying, please open a bank account and deposit the signing bonus of $18 million. Sir, that letter is in existence. I believe it's in the public domain now. And so one has to understand, Mr. Speaker, it is not an accident that this Natural Resources Fund Act of the APNU AFC is replete with devices that can only be described as smoke screens. The PAOC, the Accountability Committee, the formula come to mind. And sir, one is reminded, you know, when I observe the public commentary, when I observe the public commentary on the NRF bill that we have brought and that was just passed by this National Assembly, and in particular when I observe the comments made by the and that continue to be made by the APNU AFC, I'm reminded, sir, of a children's fable written by a Danish storyteller called Hans Christian Andersen. And as those amongst us who are familiar with Hans Christian Andersen's children's fables, you would know that amongst them is one called The Emperor's New Clothes, or The Emperor's New Suits, depending on which translation you're reading. And sir, in that story, two swindlers approached the king, or the emperor rather. I believe it might have been the emperor of Denmark, considering that Hans Christian Andersen was Danish. But I intend, sir, no disrespect to rulers of Denmark, past or present. According to that fable, two swindlers approached the then Emperor of Denmark and said to him, "Sir, we will sew for you a suit that is made of magic fabric. And only very smart people can see this fabric. To those who are ignorant or stupid, the fabric is invisible." And Sir, the Emperor smiled and he said, "That's the fabric I want. I want a suit made by that fabric." And these two swindling tailors made the fabric for the Emperor and made a suit with this magic fabric, which of course, sir, needless to say, was non-existent. But the Emperor, sir, was not about to say he was having great difficulty seeing the fabric or the suit. So he shook his head and he said, "What a beautiful suit you have sewn for me. This is wonderful. I love it. I would like to go for a parade in the streets of Copenhagen." And the swindling tailor said, "We encourage you to do so. You will see which of your subjects are smart and which of your subjects are stupid. Those who are stupid will be unable to see the suit. Those who are smart will admire the beauty of the fabric with which we have sewn the suit." And the Emperor went for a walk, went for a parade down the streets of Copenhagen. And all of his subjects, most of his subjects said, "What a wonderful suit, Your Majesty. What a wonderful suit. Such exquisite fabric, Your Majesty. Green and gold." Was it green and gold? Green and gold fabric, apparently it was. The Honorable Member, Mr. Siraj, I don't believe has Danish blood in him, but he's obviously familiar with this fable and with the color of the Emperor's fabric. The Emperor's subjects said, "What a wonderful suit, Your Majesty." They all bowed down and saluted and greeted, genuflected, right? Genuflected. Except for a little boy who said, "But I'm not seeing anything, Your Majesty. I'm not seeing anything. Your Majesty is not wearing anything at all. He's naked. He's naked." And sir, the Emperor puffed out his chest, somewhat like the APNU AFC is akin to do. He puffed out his chest even more, held his head even higher, and continued to his parade. Now you might ask, sir, what is the relevance of this story to my presentation? Sir, you see these things like this formula in this Natural Resource Fund Act about economically sustainable amount, fiscally sustainable amount, benchmark petroleum revenue, non-petroleum revenue, production-constrained revenue. Sir, I detect a little bit of a green and gold Emperor's suit. And I suspect that is why they don't want to participate in this debate, because they knew I was going to ask them, "Tell me how much would have been transferred under your formula?" And explain to the people of Guyana. Sir, none of them over there even understand what's in their own bill. But nobody want to put up their hand. Nobody want to put up their hand, sir. None of them over there want to put up their hand and say, "This thing don't make sense, I don't understand it, and it looks like stupidness." Instead, they say, "Wow, what a rigorous formula. What a rigorous formula. What a beautiful suit. What a beautiful suit." None of them, none of the 32 of them, sir, none of the 32 of them is brave enough, like that young boy, that young Danish boy, who put up his hand and said, "I can't see the suit." Why you think they make all this noise and run away? Because they're making a big hula baloo about how much will be transferred under our formula. I challenge any APNU AFC member of parliament to disclose to the nation how much would have been transferred to the budget under their formula and the computation by which they arrived at that amount. They can't calculate it. None of them. None of them, sir. And so this formula This formula, sir, was a classic parallel. It was the equivalent of the emperor's new suit. It was presented in a lot of fancy technical jargon, so that nobody wants to put up their hand and say, hold on a second, me really understand what you're talking about. Everybody shaking their head, all of them over there, they're shaking their heads, say, wow, this is a great act. Wow, wonderful. They were like the subjects of the emperor. There were 22 people overseeing. 22, so that's an accident, that is an even number. You remember the story about, I can't imitate the voice, sir. I can't imitate the tone, about how there's a famous video, sir, by a certain gentleman, about how you divide it by 2 and you add 1. I can't replicate the tone of voice, sir. They're rounding up, yes. Sir, so I make this point really to say that what we are witnessing today, in the absence, even if they want to express an objection to the Natural Resource Fund bill, we have the people's business to attend to. This Fiscal Management and Accountability Act is an important piece of legislation that goes to the core of preserving the independence of constitutional agencies. They have chosen to absent themselves. They've chosen to absent themselves. Because once again, sir, this bill is necessitated by their own tampering with the legal framework. We are in the situation we are in today because of the 2015 legislation they took to Parliament. That was subsequently ruled to be unconstitutional. Perhaps another emperor's new suit. Perhaps on that occasion they were again bowing down and saying, what a wonderful framework you have put in place. Completely oblivious to the fact that it collided with the Constitution. And so, sir, we are coming today, as we did earlier this evening. We came earlier today to seek parliamentary approval for a local content bill, which we have now secured. And that local content bill will create employment and business opportunities for Guyanese businesses and Guyanese nationals throughout they wanted to stall that. Then, sir, we came to seek parliamentary approval for the Natural Resource Fund bill. A bill, sir, that very substantially resembles theirs. As a matter of fact, about 21 clauses we preserved. Despite its flaws, we didn't want to discard entirely what they brought to Parliament. So we preserved 21 clauses, but we addressed and corrected the most egregious and offensive of the clauses. The ones like the one that created the emperor's new outfit in the schedule, the formula, the obscene ministerial overreach, etc. We addressed those. Strengthening transparency, requiring reporting to the Parliament and reporting in the Gazette, publishing in the Gazette. We strengthened those. Sir, you know why they want to delay the Natural Resource Fund bill? No other reason than that this bill, once enacted, will enable the utilization of Guyana's oil revenues, petroleum revenues, to advance an accelerated development agenda, and they don't want that accelerated development agenda to take place. The whole story here, sir, is about obstructing development and obstructing the improvement of people's lives. I am reminded, sir, of the very APNU AFC who obstructed the Amila Falls hydropower project. They were making noise about blackout earlier today, sir. Had they not obstructed Amila in 2014, we would have had Amila supplying power to the national grid today. This bill is going to facilitate an accelerated development agenda. It will facilitate investment in critical infrastructure. It will facilitate investment in critical social services. It will improve people's lives. And I should add, every single dollar, unlike under their framework, where all sorts of expenses of unknown quantity could have been met through the fund, unlike their framework that allowed them to dip into the fund to meet expenditure, every single dollar that is to be spent from the Natural Resources Fund under our bill, the bill that we have just secured parliamentary approval for, every single dollar requires ex ante approval by the National Assembly in an appropriation bill. Every single dollar. Every single dollar to be spent will be subject to parliamentary scrutiny in the budgetary process ex ante and in the ex post auditing process and scrutiny by the Public Accounts Committee and those established parliamentary, constitutional and parliamentary structures that are in place. So this cacophony, as I described it earlier, that we witnessed today, was designed to delay and frustrate development, just like they did with a Mile of Falls. And a colleague of mine used the term a pattern of behavior. It's a pattern of behavior. The APNU AFC is destructive and obstructive when it comes to development for the people of Ghana. They are destructive and obstructive. Let's be clear. So the objections to this bill have nothing to do with any of these contrived arguments that they're offering. Sir, we have introduced not one, but two oversight mechanisms. You still have a public oversight committee, and you have a board of directors. They make a big story about who is to appoint the board of directors. Sir, you're moving from a point where you didn't have a board of directors, you had only a minister, to a point where you no longer have the minister, you have a five-man board. How could you quarrel with that, sir? How could you disagree with the fact that moving from a point where you had a one-man autocracy comprising the minister to a point where you have a five-man board, how could you disagree that that constitutes improvement in the governance architecture? But like my colleague said, and I will borrow his phrase, this is a pattern of behavior, sir. It's a pattern of behavior. Be that as it may, sir, it was my honor earlier today to be able to move, as I said then, and with your permission, sir, I will repeat. It was my honor earlier this evening to be able to move on behalf of the People's Progressive Party civic government led by His Excellency President Mohammed Irfan Ali. It is my honor to move the second and third reading of the Natural Resource Fund bill. And sir, it is similarly now my honor to move at the appropriate time, with your leave, the second and third reading of the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, which cures finally a mischief committed by the APNU AFC when they tampered with the fiscal management architecture and enacted legislation that the courts have now declared to be unconstitutional. Yet another example of unconstitutional behavior by the APNU AFC. Sir, I thank you very much, and like I said, it will be my pleasure to move the second and third reading at the appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Attorney General, and Minister of Legal Affairs. You may have to use your public voice.
Mine is on.
No.
Mine is okay. Can you do it from here? The distance.
Yes, Honorable Attorney General, you can use that microphone.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, the Honorable Minister of Finance did an excellent job in outlining the historical evolution of this bill. And I will only add a few remarks to those that he has made. Sir, since 2003, I think, the Principal Act was enacted, and every budget was prepared based upon the regulations contained in that statutory framework without any objection from anyone, including the APNU and their predecessor, the PNC, when they were in the House. Suddenly, in 2015, when they won the government, they suddenly felt that the entire way that budgets were being presented in the House, in particular as they relate to independent constitutional agency, was wrong. As a result, they tabled a series of amendments to the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act. And in those amendments, they, for example, removed from the executive the ascribed constitutional responsibility of preparing and laying before the National Assembly of our country the national estimates and expenditure for a given year, and they resided that in the clerk of the National Assembly, putting the poor clerk in a hapless position. At the time when they tabled those legislation, those amendments, I asked them to point to a single place on planet Earth where the clerk of the National Assembly receives budgetary submissions from agencies within the state and outside of the executive presentation to the House. And Mr. Speaker, Article 218 of the Constitution is written in the clearest of language. It says this: the minister responsible for finance or any other minister designated by the President shall cause to be prepared and laid before the National Assembly before or within 90 days after the commencement of each financial year estimates of the revenue and expenditure of Guyana for that year. Of Guyana, all the agencies whose estimates require approval before this House must be prepared by the Minister of Finance and presented in this House. This simple linguistic formulation, they couldn't understand. And they changed this for some inexplicable reason and empowered the clerk to receive budgetary proposals from a series of constitutional agencies. That, Mr. Speaker, was clearly wrong. And they made some other consequential amendments which we felt were wrong. And we objected to it when they were tabling them in the National Assembly. We spoke at length against those amendments being promulgated. But as usual, they overruled us, and that became the order of the day. And every budget time, you had a virtual circus in the National Assembly where the Minister of Finance would stand up and cut the constitutional agency's budget one by one as they were being presented, I think, by a motion. We can't leave that, Mr. Speaker, on the statute books. And we made the necessary amendments in 2021 to right those wrongs. And they took us to court. They took us to court, Ganesh Mahipal, Coretta MacDonald, Don Gardner, Michael Summersall, And listen to the lineup here, Mr. Speaker. I'll start it over. Ganesh Mahipal, Coretta MacDonald, General Secretary of Guyana Teachers Union, Don Gardner, first Vice President of Guyana Public Service Union, Michael Summersall, Chairman of Public Service Commission, Clinton Conway, member of the Police Service Commission, the Police Service Commission itself, and Alan Monroe, Chairman of the Teaching Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, many of these agencies are by themselves independent constitutional agencies. That was lost upon them. They team up with Ganesh Mahipal to bring these proceedings, and they were represented by Roysdale Ford, Raphael Trotman, Kemraj Ramjatan, and all the other lawyers in this house. And that did not in any way illustrate anything to them. They didn't see the wrong and the incest in what this action by itself represented. A coalition of independent or supposedly independent constitutional bodies teaming up with partisan politicians in an attempt to take the government to court. So we went to court, and the judge heard all the arguments. What was under review, Mr. Ford challenged the constitutionality of our amendments. And as a result, I was afforded the opportunity of explaining why we passed the 2021 amendments. Because I had to explain what transpired in 2015. And this is how the judge ruled, Your Honor. Justice Naresh Karnanan. Under the caption 2015 amendment, the judge stated as follows, and I quote, "The 2015 amendment, though well-intentioned, new section 80B removed a function of the executive and placed it within the realm of the legislature by requiring the constitutional agencies to submit their budget proposals to the clerk of the National Assembly, or in the case of the Office of the Auditor General, to the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, who were then both charged with submitting it to the National Assembly." The clear and unambiguous language of 218(1) of the Constitution establishes that the preparation and presentation of the financial estimates of revenue and expenditure of Guyana, the national budget, is an executive responsibility under the doctrine of the separation of powers and the current statutory framework. I pause. That is identical to what we said to them when they passed those amendments. The judge continued. Those amendment provisions also abrogated the doctrine of separation of powers by permitting those agencies to intrude upon the functional responsibilities of the executive. That is to say, the preparation and presentation of national budget to the National Assembly. For this reason, the court is of the view that subsection 1 to 4 of section 80B would have been violative of Article 218 of the Constitution. So the judge knocked down their 2015 amendments from section 1 to 4 and ruled it to be unconstitutional on the very ground that we said they were at the time when they were debating it in this House. The judge went on to make these important points. That there is also some belief, sir, that they have a power. The constitutional agencies have a power to determine their own budget. And the judge pronounced on that issue as well. And I want to put this on the record of this House. Further to the doctrine of separation of powers, it is therefore undisputed that the executive bears the responsibility for the general control and direction of the state. The control of the purse strings of the country is one of the functions of the executive. That apparently is the source of contention in some quarters. Well, the judiciary has pronounced. We must no longer be in doubt who controls the purse strings in relation to any agency of the state. It is the executive who must determine what is the nation's financial affordability for any fiscal year for the purpose of budget. Some constitutional agencies and their advocates believe that they can submit a proposal to the Minister of Finance and he somehow is mandated to bring it before this House without any assessment of the country's capabilities to honor that budgetary proposal for any given year. Here, the judiciary has pronounced firmly on that. Sir, we know that there are certain agencies whose budgetary finance constitute a direct charge on the consolidated fund. And though that has been in our Constitution since independence, my research shows that even since independence, when the budgets were prepared, those expenditures, though a direct charge on the consolidated fund, for some inexplicable reason, were included in the Appropriation Act and were appropriated as a lump sum. And that happened, sir, under the PNC government from 1966 and happened until recently. That is how budgets were being done. I don't have an explanation as to why. The judge pointed out, and I agree with him, that if it is a direct charge on the consolidated fund, then it cannot be appropriated. And the judge ruled that insofar as we appropriate monies that constitute a direct charge on the consolidated fund as part of the Appropriation Act, that is wrong. And that, sir, the Constitution supports. And I agree with that. This amendment seeks to rectify that position. And the judge identifies it here. He says, he speaks about a lacuna. He speaks about a lacuna in the executive. Let me see. This court is of the view that there exists a lacuna between the executive's statutory and constitutional mandate to prepare and lay before the National Assembly estimates of the revenue and expenditure of Guyana and the process of determining the expenditure of constitutional agencies which are financed as a direct charge on the consolidated fund and which has to be approved by the National Assembly during the national budget process. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to correct that lacuna. And I believe the Minister of Finance will now lay a motion constituting or consolidating the estimates for these constitutional agencies. But then we have a very unhappily drafted article in the form of 222A. And I will read that article because, in my view, it presents a conflict, and the judge recognized that conflict when he says that these agencies' budget, though a direct charge, must receive the approval of the National Assembly. Those are contained in the express language of 222A. 222A reads, in order to assure the independence of entities listed in the third schedule, A, the expenditure of each of the entities shall be financed as a direct charge on the consolidated fund. If we may pause there. That should have been the end of the matter. That should have been the end of the matter in proper constitutional principles. But our Constitution goes on to say this. The expenditure of each of the entities shall be financed as a direct charge on the consolidated fund, determined as a lump sum by way of an annual subvention approved by the National Assembly after a review and approval of the entity's annual budget as part of the process of determination of the national budget. So the Constitution itself, though they are direct charges on the consolidated fund, the Constitution itself mandates that they are assessed and approved by the National Assembly. I didn't put this here. And this bill seeks to rectify that. And that will be done now separately, not in the Appropriation Act, but to comply with this requirement that we have decided to use the mechanism of a motion. The other important component of this bill, Mr. Speaker, has to do with accountability and transparency. Now, these agencies are funded with public monies. Like any agency in any democratic society funded by public monies, there must be transparency and there must be accountability. At the end of the day, as the judge pointed out, and as the Constitution says, the financial responsibility or the responsibility for the finances of the state remains that of the executive. So while these agencies have independence, the financial responsibility for the management of the state remains that of the executive. It is the duty of the executive to ensure, because the executive collects taxes, the executive manages public finances, the executive also begins the process of disbursements. Those combination of responsibilities devolve upon the executive a duty to ensure that there are mechanisms in place that will mandate these agencies to spend their monies with some degree of fiscal responsibilities. They are already getting these monies as a direct charge. They are already getting them by a lump sum payment. And currently, in our law, there is nothing that regulates them post after the lump sum disbursement. There is absolutely nothing. So an agency can very well receive their lump sum disbursement at the beginning of the financial year and squander it. The executive now will be forced to intervene to bring order in the country, to get that constitutional body to discharge its duties by providing additional fiscal assistance, as we have to do so many times, for example, with the City Council, the Georgetown Mayor and City Council. So, sir, this bill promulgates a series of regulations that seek to make these agencies comply with a process that will ensure that there is accountability and there is some measure of oversight over how they spend. It is in no way intended or designed to interfere with the manner in which they spend. They make their budget, they spend in accordance with that budget. There are periodic disbursements, but there is no other control over the way that they spend. Of course, they must procure in accordance with the National Procurement Act and the other pieces of legislation in the country. But this bill seeks for the first time to provide a transparent, responsible network of rules that will apply to constitutional agencies to ensure that there is some fiscal responsibility there. And Mr. Speaker, we derive that authority to move this bill, or those aspects of the bill, from Article 222A itself. Article 222A(b) says this: each entity shall manage its subvention in such manner as it deems fit for the efficient discharge of its functions, subject only to conformity with financial practices and procedures approved by the National Assembly to ensure accountability. Now, that is exactly what we are doing. We are enshrining, with the approval of the Parliament, practices and procedure to ensure that this lump sum disbursement, that to ensure accountability in relation to these expenditures. Mr. Speaker, the judge, in his judgment, recognized also that there should be some post-disbursement regulation. And His Honor directed us to another mechanism, another act. We decided not to pass a different act, as we have the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act here. And all that we decided to do, to capture the latent spirit of that which is being articulated by Article 222A, as well as to register or to take on board the sentiments of His Honor, and to create an additional segment to the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, which will apply to constitutional agencies. And that is what this bill seeks to do. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill is a small piece of legislation, but it has very far-reaching ramifications. It ensconces, first of all, the independence of constitutional agencies, important constitutional agencies, the judiciary, the DPP, all the service commissions, the ethnic relations commissions, all the constitutional commissions. All those agencies are important agencies in the apparatus of our independence, and they all have a statutory or a constitutional role to play. They have an important oversight task to perform. As part of their oversight is they must receive monies from the executive to fund them in a transparent and in a way that doesn't compromise their functional responsibilities. This bill seeks to regulate all of that and seeks to entrench those important concepts so that these agencies can continue to perform their important constitutional oversight role. Mr. Speaker, this is a landmark piece of legislation, like all the others which we have debated today, and I am pleased to commend this bill to the House and offer my support to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Checking to see if there's, excuse me, any other person. Honorable Minister, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Not much now remains for me to say, but that this legislation represents yet another installment of our government's commitment to respecting the Constitution and indeed giving our commitment not only to respecting the Constitution, but giving meaning to the spirit and intent of the Constitution. In this particular instance, by ensuring that the financial independence of constitutional agencies is protected and preserved by the establishment of a framework which perhaps some might argue is somewhat overdue, but which resolution became necessary, like I said in my earlier presentation, as a result of the reckless tampering with the Constitution and the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act in 2015, in defiance, by the APNU AFC, I should add, in defiance of the very cogent and persuasive arguments that were made by People's Progressive Party members of Parliament at the time, including, of course, like I said, the now Attorney General. And so it is indeed, sir, our honor to be able to bring to Parliament this very, very important, it might seem like an innocuous piece of legislation, but it really is in many respects a seminal piece of legislation because it finally brings closure to a matter that has been pending for some time, and like I said, that was exacerbated by reckless legislative tampering in 2015 by the APNU AFC, which, of course, as the Attorney General indicated earlier, and as I did in my first presentation, which was with subsequently the APNU AFC tampering in 2015 with the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, would subsequently recently have been deemed to be unconstitutional, yet another example of unconstitutional behavior by the APNU AFC. And so I'm pleased that we've finally been able to bring that saga to closure and to put in place a legal framework that addresses this matter, hopefully once and for all. So, sir, with those words, I wish to move the Fiscal Management and Accountability Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that the Fiscal Management and Accountability Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Fiscal Management and Accountability Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 17 of 2021.
Honorable members, we will now resolve ourselves into committee to consider the bill clause by clause. Honorable members, we are in committee. The bill has 6 clauses and I see no amendment. I will therefore propose the question that clauses 1 to 6 form part of the bill. I now put a question that clauses 1 to 6 form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 6 form part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the bill as printed is adopted by this committee. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted by the committee. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the bill as printed be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to report that the Committee of Supply considered the bill clause by clause and approved it. And I'm now pleased to move that the bill be read a third time and be passed as printed.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Fiscal Management and Accountability Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 17 of 2021.
Honorable Prime Minister.
All members of Parliament and their family, Happy New Year. All security personnel, everyone in the House, Happy New Year to your family.
Before you move the adjournment, Honorable.
Happy New Year to your family.
Go ahead, Honorable Prime Minister. Go ahead, continue. Before you move the adjournment, let me ask the Honorable Deputy Speaker if he would like to say something. If he's connected, we'll have a blackout at one stage. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me see if I can get him. I know he's online.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mr. Speaker, first let me say to my colleagues and the nation listening that I wish to distance myself from the events that happened with my parliamentary colleagues. I think that the behavior in itself was unparliamentary, does not set a good example for the nation, and I think that leadership in itself should take a better course in resolving conflict and addressing long-standing parliamentary procedures and the constitutionality of Parliament in itself. And I wish to express my sincere regrets to the nation and to everyone listening. I, at this juncture, also wish to register my concern that I have not been heard, even though I attempted to get not only your attention, but that of the clerk, and also that of the Minister of Governance, Freda Mahan, to register my remarks on the Natural Resource Fund bill. I'm not sure at what juncture that bill is at the moment because I lost the feed. And I wish to ensure that my remarks get registered and answered if possible.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. That's it.
Mr. Speaker, I really have no other recourse. I really wish that I could have contributed to that debate. Given the opportunity, if the House will indulge me for a few minutes, I'd be more than happy to at least get it on the hands of, even though the bill in itself has concluded and passed.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, just to let those who were not able to follow everything that happened this evening, persons invaded the control booth and disconnected the microphones, the internet feed, disrupted the communication devices I had on my desk, and I only got them back at just after 9:19. So my apologies to those who missed all of the liveliness in our very aggressive house. I want to join with the Prime Minister and everyone else in wishing all members and the families a happy new year. Also to all the staff of the convention center, the media, the caterers, and all of us who keep the business of this country going. Let's hope that 2022 bring you a safe blessed and prosperous New Year. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister, hold on. Deputy Speaker, yes?
Yes, sir. I still wish, if the Council permit me, it will take no more than 5 minutes.
Honorable Member, continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, it was my intent to be extremely brief in my presentation. I wanted to commend the government for tabling this piece of legislation through a legitimate process.
Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, that occasion has gone, and now we are about to adjourn the Assembly for today. Honorable Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, sir. Let me take this opportunity then to wish all my parliamentary colleagues in the nation a very fantastic close to the new year. I look forward to a very productive 2022 and wish all of my colleagues in the nation at large a very happy new year in advance, and I look forward to doing the public's work in a more dignified and civil manner in 2022. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly for a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the Assembly is now adjourned. The date will be